Let's do this. Today, we're going to be taking a close look at the Gravity Falls episode, A Tale of Two Stands. But not too close of a look, just as close as you'd expect. Don't look at the timestamp of this video. I assure you it is of a normal length. Now, I'm feeling a bit cocky, so maybe I'll have something like everything you missed in A Tale of Two Stands, or everything there is to know about A Tale of Two Stands in like the title or the thumbnail of this or something. Which probably means inevitably that I'm going to forget something. Maybe the real Icarus metaphor was the YouTuber you watched go insane along the way. This video is very much based off of the work of the channel Overanalyzing Avatar. I'm a big fan of that channel and I can't recommend it enough, and I'm basically stealing the concept from them, so please check it out if you at least like Avatar: The Last Airbender, which should be all of you. But I'm also stealing a little bit from YouTuber Johnny Two Cellos, who has this series analyzing specific episodes of BoJack Horseman. Hi, Editing Hunter here. Honestly, this is also very obviously heavily inspired by Quentin reviews. So heavily inspired that I think I just forgot to mention him. But where Quentin manages to keep his videos about an entire series, I've managed to talk for 4 hours about a single episode. Now, I didn't do that on purpose. I am not challenging Quentin reviews to a hyperfixation contest. I thought this video would be like 45 minutes long, but then I started talking about A Tale of Two Stands, and I just kept on talking, and I didn't stop. I'll link a couple of those videos down below as well. I steal from multiple YouTubers because I'm multifaceted. Yes, I'm outing myself here as having an unoriginal idea. The T in LGBT stands for thief. But on top of analyzing the episode's themes and script, I'm also going to be doing a frame-by-frame analysis of some scenes, looking at every single detail in the background. I'll be pointing out the super tiny stuff that might not matter to anyone else but me. I'll also be giving my thoughts on the plot points, talking about what works, what I think doesn't work, and just basically everything there is to say about A Tale of Two Stands. Also, I probably don't need to say this, but A Tale of Two Stands is season 2, episode 12 of Gravity Falls. So, if you haven't seen the show, then I don't know what you're doing here. I recommend you watch it. You definitely don't want this to be your introduction to the series. This episode is smack dab in the biggest plot twist in 2010's children's animation history. So, you know, spoilers for everything in The Tale of Two Stands and beyond. I'm here to say that there's also gonna be spoilers for the Book of Bill. It came out while I was still editing this video. This video, which I thought I would put out on June 18th, took so long. A new book came out while I was editing it. Book of Bill has what it calls the Lost Journal 3 pages. Now, I need to say that because of some timeline inconsistencies in the pages themselves and a few other reasons, there are some theories floating around that these Journal 3 pages might not actually be real, like maybe Bill made them up completely. I'm gonna be sidestepping that whenever I talk about them, because A, there are timeline inconsistencies in the entire show and in all of the actual Journal 3, and I still count that as canon, but also because it just makes it a lot easier if I take them at face value, so for the purposes of this video, we'll be doing that. Second of all, as of recording this and editing most of the video, this is not a website.com. The sister site to the Book of Bill has been fully activated and has a bunch of hidden content on it. I have a lot of thoughts about this content, so I'll mostly be chiming in whenever details related to the book or the website are relevant to things that I say about the episode A Tale of Two Stands. Because there are some things that past Hannah said about A Tale of Two Stands that have since been recontextualized and are now rendered incorrect based on new information that we have in the Book of Bill. Now, I understand that some of y'all still haven't gotten your hands on the Book of Bill, and that makes sense. There have been some shipping issues, I get it. So, at least 5 seconds before I begin talking about anything Book of Bill related, you'll see a warning show up on screen with a timestamp that you can skip to. I might also chime in just to rephrase something that past Hannah said, because you'll realize past Hannah filmed this in the middle of the night, and they weren't completely coherent. Lastly, I'm probably gonna nose little plot holes and tiny animation errors and stuff like that, because again, this is a frame-by-frame analysis of this episode. And so I feel the need to say that I love this episode. I love this show more than anything. And my tiny shitty nitpicks are not necessarily criticisms. I just think they're interesting, and I like pointing out stuff like that because I didn't have enough friends as a child. But obviously, this is a TV show. It's not meant to be viewed at a microscopic level by pedantic nerds on the internet. It's supposed to be enjoyed as a TV series with characters and plot and feelings and all that crap. And when you do that, it's great. A 10 out of 10. Especially this episode. A Tale of Two Stands had a particularly difficult job to do. They need to fit two backstories, the life stories of two 60-plus-year-old men, into one episode. A Tale of Two Stands is a masterclass of creative problem solving and concise storytelling, under near impossible circumstances. So every time I pull out an actually, and mention an animation error or a nitpick, keep that in mind. As always, any notes, corrections, and follow-ups I have will be in the pinned comment in the comment section down below. So please check that out before you yell at me over missing something. And with that, let's jump in.
Wait up! Yeah, you should keep up. I can keep up.
The episode begins with a few notes from the killer soundtrack that have since burned themselves into my memory, and we see a Willet walk on screen. I can't wait for someone in the comments to be like, excuse me, it's actually a different type of sandpiper bird. Go for it, man, but I at least recommend you wait until the end of the video before correcting me, because with how long this thing is, there'll be plenty of things I get wrong, and you might as well drop it all in one comment, you know? Pace yourself.
I can keep up.
Even this first line of dialogue, challenging one another to keep up, is already pretty layered. We'll see this throughout the episode and the series as a whole, but Stan has seemingly tried to keep up with Ford's academic talent his entire life. And going by the pages in the Book of Bill where Ford wonders if Stan would succeed in the social interactions that Ford is so badly failing at, it seems that Ford felt the same way about Stan's social ability. So yeah, the episode beginning with the boys racing one another feels thematically relevant.
Whoa! Neato! A mysterious boarded up cave.
So right off the bat, this is going to be one of several moments where we're immediately assaulted with a feast for the eyes and a million details to absorb, so let's go. In the background, we have the Glasshard Beach Pier. We see this pier and boardwalk in more details in Gravity Falls Lost Legends. This lighthouse, for instance, holds the secret to the cave of the Jersey Devil. Now, I'm not going to delude myself into thinking that Glasshard Beach is a one-for-one analog for any single real-life place in New Jersey, but it does remind me of at least a few different boardwalk towns in New Jersey. It could be based off of Seaside Heights, it could be based off of Point Pleasant, New Jersey. I kind of like that because Point Pleasant is also the name of the town in West Virginia that the Mothman is from. I've connected the dots. But I ultimately go with Atlantic City because they have a lot of history with saltwater taffy. It seems to have been invented there, and it's at least important enough to get a whole paragraph on their Wikipedia page. Quick spoiler for thisisnotawebsite.com.com. When you type Glasshard Beach into the computer of the website interface, you get this image from the Wildwoods in New Jersey, indicating, at least to me, that this is probably an inspiration for Glasshard Beach. Closer to the foreground, we have graffiti on these boards that are walling out this cave. Some nerd etched "Do not enter" into the wood. Like, that wasn't a government employee. They wouldn't just scratch it into the wooden plank. Also, there's a no trespassing sign like 4 feet away, which means that this graffiti is not official City of Glasshard Beach municipal government messaging. It's just the nerdiest vandal ever. What a loser. I'm pretty sure he got bullied by the kid that crossed out "no" and wrote "cool" on the actual sign. Wait, I gotta get it backwards. No trespassing? More like cool trespassing.
Teenagers rule.
Aside from that, we have Blendon was here, notable in particular because Blendon Blandon, the time traveler from the Time Traveler's Pig, has been seen with a Glasshard Beach background on his camouflage suit, possibly calibrated whenever he was here and wrote his name. Notably, there was a theory back in the day, here's some ancient fandom lore for you, that Blendon was actually the one who broke the science fair project. Like, they thought that when Stan hit it and was like, yeah, it's probably fine, it was actually fine, and then Blendon showed up and broke it for real. I think pinning one of the inciting incidents in the series on, like, an unrelated character, makes it a lot less interesting, personally. But I remember seeing that floating around, so I figured that was worth mentioning. Kinda neat bit of fandom history for y'all. Under that, we have R+S, and even though this hasn't been confirmed anywhere specifically, I think most of the fandom has run on the assumption that that's a Sanchez ship reference. Sanchez being, of course, Rick Sanchez, Rick and Morty, and Stanley Gravity Falls. Now, outside of a few Rick and Morty references in Journal 3, we're not gonna see Rick and Morty appear in, Gravity Falls, the Disney cartoon. And considering specific allegations about Justin Roiland, that's probably for the best. But back in the day, Alex Hirsch and Justin Roiland would actually reference Sanchez quite a bit.
I got you, babe.
And also, Rick can travel between dimensions at will, so there's not really much of a reason to believe that an alternate version of Rick and an alternate version of Stan didn't visit Glass Shard Beach. Yeah, there's no way to know for sure. This is wild, but I used to think, years ago, that this icon up here was a blind eye symbol. Looking at it now, I don't think that's what it is. It's definitely not that. I have no idea what I was on back then. It literally makes no sense for it to be a blind eye symbol. Fandom brain will do things to you. We have New Jersey boys written on it, just so we know what state we're in. In the comment section down below, tell me what state-specific graffiti you used to write down on wooden planks covering caves near you. We also see the graffiti Vultures rule on the bottom here. The Vultures are actually the name of the team at Glass Shard Beach Elementary, which you can see in Dreamscapers. And speaking of Dreamscapers, you might notice the designs of the Stan twins are completely different than the designs we've seen before. We didn't really see Ford in Dreamscapers, or well, not more than the top of his head, but we definitely saw Stan as a child and as a teen. We also have seen Stan as a young adult in some past episodes, though this might have been influenced with some creative liberties.
My memories get a little hallucination-y at the end, but you get the gist.
So perhaps he didn't really look like this. And of course, we've seen Ford as an adult in the Time Traveler's Pig, looking quite different from how he appears as an adult in this episode. And yes, all of these designs for the most part were retconned in one way or another. Alex Hirsch in a DVD commentary of this episode said that the reason was simple. Stephanie Ramirez redesigned them and the designs were better.
I also made the decision when I looked at her designs, they didn't match the way we had seen Stan's face in Dreamscapers.
Yeah.
But they were better. And I was just like, this tells the story better. I'm gonna be willing to retcon for this because she did such a good job and it tells this story really well.
There were a couple other Stan designs I think I saw hovering around at the time. I'm personally kind of partial to this one by storyboard artist Sage Catuno. Sage Catuno, by the way, is also the artist who drew the lesbian couple in the Love God episode storyboard. The couple that was famously later censored by S&P. So that's pretty neat. I will literally be citing their Italian Stan storyboard a gazillion times, so be prepared for that. So Stan and Ford attempt to bust past the wood boards, hopefully to find some Mesoamerican gold in this New Jersey cave. God, I wish there was a way to tell these two twins apart personality-wise. If only there was someone who could, list out their skills in a way that establishes their differences without adding too much time within our 30-minute time constraints.
Good thing you've got your smarts, Poindexter. I've got the other thing. What is it called? Oh, right. Punching!
Thanks, Stan. So Stan punches through, he gets some splinters, and he says this line.
Cool. Splinters.
That actually parallels a line that Mabel said in episode 1.
This attic is amazing. Check out all my splinters!
So this is part of several moments within the rest of the series that actually set up parallels between both sets of Pines twins. And theorizing about these and analyzing these was absolutely a staple of fandom culture at the time. This episode isn't just telling a backstory, it's setting up a conflict between Dipper and Mabel that we'll see be fleshed out over the next few episodes. More on that later. God, I love this moment with the flashlight echoing the imagery of Bill and of the portal. Amazing. I have more thoughts on this and I'll dive into those later, but for now, I just think it's neat.
Hey, don't worry, bro. Wherever we go together.
Sure, Jan.
Don't forget to leave our names so they know who owns the place.
What magical Sharpie powers are these? Ford just writes in cursive, the best damn cursive I've ever seen a child have, by the way, on a stone wall and it looks this distinct. Okay. They give their chant of pines, pines, pines that we hear in Scarioki.
Pines, 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 pines!
And that we see in Lost Legends. One note before we jump into the theme song. I fucking love these voice actors. They're absolutely adorable. The theme song's basically the same. The main difference is that the photo at the end is replaced with one of Ford holding Journal 1 and scowling. That image will be there in the theme song for the rest of the series. Or, well, most of it. So, let's jump into the episode proper. It begins with the shack, which is in horrible condition after gravity fell. And we are in media res following up this moment from the end of Not What He Seems.
The author of the journals. My brother.
And Stan gets up and says this.
Finally, after all these long years of waiting, you're actually here! Brother!
Look at this freeze frame. Look at all the hope in his face. Top 10 anime betrayals. Number 1.
Oh! Ow!
You know, as I rewatched this episode, frame by frame by frame, there are times when I see expressions that are just so funny I need to screenshot them. Like, I have a literal folder of faces, and this is one of them within that folder. Look at this. Pictures taken moments before natural disasters. This is him. This is the natural disaster. I know I'm making a lot of jokes about Stan being punched in the face, and I want to make it clear that it's only because I've seen this episode approximately 8 trillion times, and I think I might be a bit desensitized to some of the emotionality of it, but it really is heartbreaking. Obviously, we'll talk more about Stan's backstory and what he went through to get Ford back, but if you think about all that, and then just absorb that the first thing Ford does upon returning back to our dimension is punch Stan in the face? Oof. But let's talk about this punch, because if you've read the journal, then you know that Ford, 10 seconds before this punch, was about to destroy Bill Cipher. Ford describes the scene in the quadrangle of confusion where he's facing Bill and he's actually about to kill him. This whole time, he's made it very clear in the journal that he is ready to defeat Bill or die trying. Like, he never expected to come back to our world. He actually gives up on returning home pretty quickly after being sucked through, thinking that it's hopeless. The quantum destabilizer that you see on his back here in A Tale of Two Stands, that's the weapon that he spent 30 years working on in engineering and collecting the parts to build in the multiverse. He says in Journal 3 that he had Bill in his crosshairs when the portal opened and he needed to jump through before Bill's freaking goons could jump in. He specifically says that once again, Stan had ruined everything he'd worked for. Ugh, and he was so frustrated that he punched Stan in the face. But at least he feels kind of bad. It doesn't matter what his reasons were or that he felt kind of bad, because that set the tone of how the audience responded to Ford for the rest of the episode and frankly for the rest of the series. More on that in a bit. It's rough, man. It's really rough. So, while Stan rubs the wrong side of his face than the one that was punched, also his bandage has disappeared, but it's gonna appear and disappear throughout the episode, so I'm not gonna point it out every time. Ford tells him,
"This was an insanely risky move, restarting the portal. Didn't you read my warnings?"
"Okay, Ford, I supposedly hate risky moves pines. I hear you, but weren't most of those warnings in invisible ink?" That's not completely fair. If you've read the journal, then you know that there are several pages in which Ford explains that he was tricked by Bill Cipher, that the portal needs to be shut down, etc. However, while we know that Stan has had photocopies of those pages, we do not know how much of that information was preserved over time, and Ford probably doesn't either. Remember, in Journal 3, it explains that the book was heavily damaged when Dipper got a hold of it. Pages were missing, ripped, and burned out, and a lot of pages, or at least a lot of the words, were likely deteriorated from age from 30 years. Which explains why Dipper wasn't, immediately able to put a bunch of the answers together on Ford's identity and backstory. Dipper has the internet. All he would need to do is read the words Kathy Crenshaw, find an old yearbook online, see a picture of a kid with 6 fingers in the same class, and boom, he would have put it together. Not to mention that kid would have his last name. But the question remains, how many of the pages of Bill's betrayal and the danger of the portal and warnings like that were in Stan's possession at the end. Now, we have no way of knowing how many of these pages might have been in Journal 1 and 2, especially considering Bill was present in at least one of those. But we do know for sure that at least a couple of the pages chronicling Bill's betrayal survived 30 years, at least in Journal 3. The Bill's Muse pages there, the one where, Ford talks about how evil Bill is, and the page with the blind eye hood is intact. So we can possibly assume that the other side of it is here, assuming the ink didn't deteriorate over 30 years. And there's a pretty clear explanation of Bill's motives and how dangerous the portal is on that page. But then there's the blacklight warnings in particular. The machine was meant to create knowledge, but it's too powerful. The device, if fully operational, could tear our universe apart. Now, Stan has known about the blacklight ink for at least a couple of weeks since the events of Scarioki. But we don't know how thoroughly Stan went through the blacklight after he gave the book back to Dipper. But wouldn't he have tried to take a look through it? He has no way of knowing if there's anything super important in there, but he spent 30 years trying to get his brother back. He probably wouldn't want to fuck up now. He'd probably check. I don't know. Now, all of this is moot about whether or not he read warnings in the journal, if you recall the climactic fight of the episode. Stan knows the portal is dangerous. Ford does tell Stan in the 80s that much.
I created it to unlock the mysteries of the universe, but it could just as easily be harnessed for terrible destruction.
But it doesn't really matter, does it? Warnings, schmornings. I think even if on page 1 of Journal 1 it said in all caps, if you turn this on, everyone on Earth will die, in plain text, no blacklight required, I feel like Stan, who was so desperate to get his brother back, I feel like he would have at least tried something. After all, at this point in the series, Stan has seen the portal turn on once already without the world breaking in half, so he might think that Ford, who, by the way, was voted most paranoid in high school, might be overreacting a bit, might be overstating the harm. Now, obviously this isn't the case. The end of the world does quite literally happen, but you can see why Stan might come to that conclusion. And then we have this exchange.
How's about maybe a thanks for saving you from what appears to be, some kind of sci-fi sideburn dimension?
Thank you? You really think I'm gonna thank you after what you did 30 years ago?
I mean, yeah, Ford spent 30 years in a multi-dimensional portal, but he lived. Did you die? First of all, it's really remarkable that he knows that 30 years has passed, especially considering some of that time was spent in a dimension where time went forward and backwards. Was he counting the seconds in his head like Dr. Stone? But also, the pivotal thank you, which is a really strong point of contention in the series, is introduced here. Stan expected Ford to come through emaciated and weak and in need of help. But that, of course, isn't the version of Ford that we see. The version of Ford that we see kicks Stan's ass in 5 seconds flat. Stan is faced with someone who honestly didn't even really expect to be saved, and according to the journals, he'd resigned himself to never even being saved if it meant that the world stayed safe, so at least in Ford's head, he didn't need to be safe. Also, from Ford's perspective, he was pushed in. I know that he knows that it was 100% an accident, but also, thank you. I love the way he looks at Stan here. He's giving Stan the full up-down, what the hell are you talking about? He said, hey buddy, who pushed me into the sci-fi sideburn dimension? Meanwhile, Stan, who feels, I think, rightfully upset, given the circumstances we're about to go into, decides that it's his turn to throw a punch. In the DVD commentary around here, Alex talks a bit about the various designs and planning that went into Ford, but really it all started with one concept.
All I knew about him when I started the series, I always knew Stan had a twin, but all I knew about Ford from the jump was that he's everything Stan isn't. So Stan is a guy with a huge chip on his shoulder. He's kind of a loser at life. There's somebody who is a winner at life, or at least was a winner in all these ways that Stan wasn't.
They went through a few different versions of what that meant. There was a Ford that was a hippie with a long beard. There was a version of Ford that was a more Poindexter-y version, the kind of the guy who would know what kind of bird that was in the opening. But on top of that, Ford, now after 30 years of high risk and swashbuckling adventures in the multiverse, is not only a fucking nerd, but he's a badass. And so he's easily able to evade Stan's punch, and he pins him to the floor. And that must be so frustrating for Stan, because on top of being really smart, he's also kind of cool, and now he's kind of mysterious, and he is, as we're gonna see in a second, completely smitten at the thought of being an uncle.
I have a niece and nephew?
How dare he punch Stan in the face and then have the gall to be endearing. Also, something really cool about the environment in the background here. This entire time, the portal has been slowly powering down, kind of casting everything with this like bluish light and these embers everywhere. And this moment, when Stan is wrestled to the floor, is actually the exact moment that the portal dies down for good. Somewhere in here, probably right after Mabel says,
Hi, Mabel here. Quick question. What the heck is going on here?
we were probably going to have a moment of the Stans adjusting their glasses in unison, but this wasn't in the actual episode. It was in the Season 2 trailer that they showed at Comic-Con. It didn't actually end up being anywhere in the show. It's wild. I remember watching this episode, not seeing that and thinking, oh, that must be from a later episode because I saw it in the trailer. And then it just kept going, and then it wasn't in the finale. So it looks like they literally had to shave off some seconds of fully boarded, fully colored, and animated episode footage to make it within the 30-minute time slot. It's one of only 2 fully animated deleted scenes that I could think of, the other one being the unicorn fight from the last Mabelcorn. But that episode was a bit of a mess to put together. I know that a lot of it was scrambled at the last second according to the DVD commentary, but I'll be talking more about that episode on my Patreon. After Ford meets Seuss, who he calls a hairless gopher. By the way, in the journal he notes that Seuss looks specifically like the gopher people of Rodentia 7. He learns that Dipper and Mabel are his brother Shermie's grandkids.
They're your family, Poindexter. Shermie's grandkids.
Now, I've talked a lot about Shermie on this channel, so I'll try not to retract too much old ground, but I think it is notable that they established right off the bat, as quickly as they possibly could, that neither of these men were Dipper and Mabel's grandparents. I've mentioned this before, but there was a group of online fans, the Grunkle for Grandpa crowd, that was convinced that part of Stan's tragic backstory was going to be that he was Dipper and Mabel's grandpa. Part of the appeal there was that it, according to the people who had this theory and loved it, added a level of complexity. Because if someone has a grandchild, then they obviously have a child. And if Stan or Ford were Dipper and Mabel's grandpa, but he's not able to tell them for one reason or another, does that mean that he had to leave his family? That he had to abandon them? That he had to give up his position as a dad or a grandfather? What might even cause that? Well, according to Alex Hirsch in an interview that I did with him and YouTuber That GF Fan, check it out in this channel, the writers had to consider that possibility as well.
So, when it was time for us to come up with Ford and how he related to the show, there was a question of, somebody has to be a grandfather to these kids,
right.
Just logically, there must be a grandfather in there somewhere. We've got 3 options. Either Grunkle Stan is their grandfather, Ford is their grandfather, or there is a grandfather somewhere else. And so I look at this always through the lens of character. And I asked myself, what would it mean if Ford was their grandfather? And I thought, well, it would mean that Ford, had children. And if Ford had children and abandoned them, he's a much harder to redeem character. And that didn't serve Ford to me. And in fact, it made me like him less, and it made me understand the show less. And then the other option was, then is Stan the grandfather? And I said, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Stan would not. The whole show is about Stan loving these kids, and Stan is a very lonely, very starved for genuine human connection character. He would not abandon grandkids, or he would not abandon a son, or a daughter. So
yes, The G4G crowd was very wrong, and a lot of people clowned on them after that, maybe a bit too much. But it is very interesting the way that Alex Hirsch had to also consider some of the same possibilities and the same implications that they were weighing. I found what he said about Ford not being able to be the grandpa very notable. Like, he's right, they wanted Ford to be someone that was likable, and they really needed to consider that in this episode. After all, they introduced Ford in a way that made him particularly difficult to love right off the bat.
Brother!
So Ford gets to meet his niece and nephew. Hey Ford, real quick, how do you feel about Mabel?
I like this kid. She's weird.
Oh? You like this kid? Those are literally the first words you say about this child? I'm sure nobody in the fandom ever forgets that and assumes that you just hate her. As for Dipper, before Ford can even get close to the kid, he's having a panic attack.
Oh, I think I'm gonna throw up!
Same, buddy. Same. Dipper's like, you're the author of the journals, and Ford's like, you've read my diary? So Stan and Ford find out that, yeah, they're gonna be trapped down there for a bit because the entire US government is on their heels looking for them up above.
It's all right. We've got a while before they find this room.
Also, Ford took the journal out of the wrong pocket here. After Dipper almost throws up with anxiety, he puts it in this pocket, but after he learns about the agents, he takes it out of the other. But anyways, they're trapped down here. Time to think of a plan, which means it's time for a bottle episode. Hey, what is Ford even writing over here? Some people have proposed that he's writing this image of him coming back to the portal, which is both very funny and in character, but he's writing in Journal 1, not Journal 3. Honestly, maybe he's doing a little thumbnail, a little sketch. The image in Journal 3 has like negative space and sponge texture watercolor blotching. He probably planned that composition before committing it to ink, you know? Or maybe he's not drawing at all and instead he's just live journaling about how mad he is. Just like, stupid fucking Stanley, I swear to fucking God. But his therapeutic vent post drafting is interrupted when we get this bombshell.
Yes, I have some questions about all this myself, Stanley.
Stanley?
But your name is Stanford.
Wait, you took my name?
So, the fandom was a little bit shook by this. We had so much fanfiction using the wrong names for these men. Sometimes you can still find popular posts from 2014 or 2015 calling the author Stanley. Basically, even though tons of people predicted that Stan had a twin brother, nobody predicted that the names were switched. Wait, some people in the fandom did predict it? Who was it? I need to know. They probably got a ton of things right. They seem brilliant. Oh? The Grunkle for Grandpa people got it right? Yeah, this was actually pivotal to their theory. I mean, they were wrong about a lot of things, but they were right about this. We gotta give them their flowers, y'all. So that prompts Ford to ask,
What have you been doing all these years, you knucklehead?
oh, you know, not much.
Now I'm not allowed on airplanes. We're gonna get married!
By the way, congrats on the marriage. I hope you and your metallic prospector husband are very happy together. Love wins. So they all corner Stan like a pack of hyenas in The Lion King, and thus begins the exposition dump, starting from the beginning.
It all started a lifetime ago. 1960-something.
I mean, does it all start there? I feel like you might be going back a bit too far, but whatever. Do go on.
Glass Shard Beach, New Jersey.
I like the sign that says home of Glass Shard Beach Toffee. Wait, does that sign say Glass Shard Water Toffee? First of all, it's saltwater taffy, not toffee. We even hear another character say taffy later on in this episode.
Look, there's a saltwater taffy store on the dock.
But you know what? I'll throw them a bone. Maybe this isn't a mistake. Maybe Glass Shard Water Toffee is something else entirely. Something specific to Glass Shard Beach. Are you gonna eat your toffee with glass shards in it? Or are you gonna pick him out like some kind of liberal?
I lived with my ma and pa in the lead paint district of the family pawn shop.
I love the lead paint district. That's a good bit. Something you'll notice is that there's not as many jokes per minute in this episode than there might be in the typical episode. They had so little time and so much Stan twin life story to get through that I think the jokes kind of had to be rationed out little by little, like a soup line in the Great Depression. But the ones that are there, the jokes that we do get, I think a lot of them are bangers. So yeah, lead paint district, good bit. Certified banger bit. Next to the pawn shop, we see hot Belgian waffles. Hot Belgian waffles would actually end up being the curse phrase that Stan uses in a couple of episodes.
God, hot Belgian waffles! Wait, I'm alone. I can swear for real!
Or at least curses that he uses around the kids. But I'm also partial to Knuckles sandwiches. I can't believe Knuckles is Italian and that he ran a deli in the 60s. We see it a bit closer later on in the episode, but if you look over here you can see the mezuzah next to the Stan twins' doors. This is one of those instances where they make sure to let you know that the Pines family is Jewish, and I appreciate that. I think that's cool. Looking at the pawn shop itself, a few things stick out to me. First of all, we have no refunds right there on the sign. Looks like Stan got some of his business sense from his parents. But also, I kind of love the pun with the chess piece. Pines pawns, and there's a pawn piece on the roof. It feels very whimsical, especially for Stan's dad, who doesn't exactly give us whimsy vibes.
Dad was a strict man, tough as a cinder block and not easily impressed.
I don't know, maybe his mom thought of it or something. Especially because in a book on the Shmebu Unlocked website, a website that you access through a code deciphered through various keys in the Gravity Falls comic book Lost Legends, you find out that the slogan of the pawn shop was New Jersey's least fun pawn shop. But pun aside, there's also symbolism here. The Pines, and particularly Ford, are constantly referred to by Bill as his pawns. And there's an eye that's not dissimilar to Bill's in the window. Obviously, it's part of the neon sign for Stan's mom's business, but still, it's interesting. The imagery is there. It's like he's watching them or something. Stan describes his mother, whose name is revealed to be Karen in a page, in a book, in a website, from the code, from the key, from the comic. This is a normal fandom to be in, I swear. But she is revealed to be a pathological liar.
Mom was a pathological liar, which served her well as a phone psychic.
That'll be 99 cents an hour. No, you're overpriced. Yeah, I predicted you were gonna hang up.
And his father is stated to be someone who was not easily impressed.
I'm not impressed.
I actually believe we get his name, Philbrick, in the code card at the end of this episode. But his middle name, we find out, is Elmer. I kind of love Stan's exposition voice here as he explains his mom and dad's personalities. I understand very much, why he's telling us. The time constraints are in. We don't really have time to show the audience details about these characters. We kind of just gotta spell it out. But it is very funny that Stan is being asked by Dipper and Mabel and Ford for answers on what is up with the portal and what's been going on for the last 30 years. And his response is to put on this exposition voice and be like, the year was 1964 and my father didn't really like us a lot and my mom lied a bunch. But one day me and my brother found a boat. All the while FBI agents are upstairs ramming down every door in the building. It's just very funny to imagine Dipper and Mabel just staring at Stan, very lost, and Ford kind of standing there impatiently yes, Stanley, I know, can we hurry it up a bit? We only have 30 minutes. Also, shout out to this giant corn bit. Good bit. And also, I love Jonathan Banks of Breaking Bad fame as Philbrick here. Say what you want about Philbrick, and oh boy, we will be doing that, definitely. But this VA work is sublime. In any given sentence out of this man's mouth, I know exactly what he's about, 100%.
Very frankly is the only way I speak.
And that's talent. We get Ford's introduction, and then we get this frame, and I just fucking love it so much. Abnormality. It's pointing and circling the fingers. These aren't baby hands either. It's Ford at age 10 went to the doctor for a checkup or something, and the doctor went, something is strange here. And he ordered an x-ray, and then he came back and he's like, don't be alarmed. But I think this kid has 6 fingers on each hand, and then he underlined abnormality just so they know he's really a freak. What is the context of this x-ray? I gotta know. Stan also, very helpfully, lets us know that Ford's obsession with the paranormal and science, sci-fi weirdness all begins here.
Which might have explained his obsession with sci-fi mystery weirdness.
Ford talks about this a bunch in the journals, how growing up he didn't feel like he fit in everywhere, and so he started seeking out spaces that he did fit in, which led him, of course, to cryptozoology. We also see here that Ford is doodling some of the stuff that we see in the margins of the journal, and I gotta say, as much as I try to find meanings for these icons when I was younger, I don't think these doodles mean shit, guys. He started drawing them when he was a kid. He's just stimming. Also, why are the lines on this paper so wide? Glassshard Beach Elementary was a poor school. They could only afford about 5 lines. They had to send the rest of the lines overseas for the war efforts. So Stan says next,
As for me, I had what Mom liked to call personality.
there's this idea between this line and the line that she says down the line.
What about our little free spirit Stanley?
That Karen was possibly a more loving parent, at least to Stan. And yeah, I could see that, but I also think that a lot of people in fandom circles tend to simplify the two parents, like one is good and one is bad, when parenting usually isn't that simple. That aside, let's look at some of the details in this amazing room by Ian Worrell. So we have the key to the Visioneer code at the end of the credits hidden in this, like, somewhere around here. But with all the details, it's like a Where's Waldo puzzle. Do kids these days know about Where's Waldo? I can parse out this room literally item by item from the Lincoln logs to the Groucho Marx glasses, but I've already done that before in my timeline video, where I was able to be way more extensive than I am here, and also cover a lot of the same ground. Sorry in advance if you decide to watch these videos back to back, but yeah, for this specific frame, I would definitely go check out that video. Also, this poster is a Mothra parody poster, not a poster of the movie Tarantula or The Fly. I did get that wrong in my timeline video, and people were very happy to let me know in the comments. And yes, I did get it wrong because I am A, a fake fan, and B, I hate Gravity Falls. Obviously, I can't really complain much about people being pedantic. Just wait till I point out Ford's spelling mistakes for the 90th time later in this video. Though I will point out that we see a mask over here that Stan actually still has in Season 1, so that's pretty cool.
Boom!
Ah! So every day, Ford and Stan are allowed to just kind of go wild and explore the beach for fun, cool things. I guess Karen wasn't too worried about them being kidnapped. You know, I remember once when I learned about Stranger Danger, I told my mom, and she looked me in the eyes and she went, "Don't worry, no one wants you." Does that joke mean? I'm fine. Anyways, they find this random boat.
Huh. You know what this thing's missing? Flags.
Ugh, I love that. It's so cute. His little New Jersey accent. So they get the boat, they drag it out onto the beach. Oh, the sunburn. I would actually die for these kids. I hope nothing bad happens to them. Also, the thing that they're chanting here,
Kings of New Jersey,
comes up again in the comics during this wonderful panel. So Stan and Ford christened their ship as the Stan-O-War. Not just a Man-O-War reference, but also the same name of Stan's rowboat in The Legend of the Gobblewonker, an episode where, famously, Stan spends a large chunk of time sadly looking at his reflection and ruminating on how his family has abandoned him for some mystery. He's doing fine. This is unrelated to the boat, but the name the Stan-O-War shows up in one other place. In the Gravity Falls Gossiper podcast, which was a fan-run podcast that Grunkle Stan made a guest appearance on, we find out that he calls his dick the Stan-O-War.
And as good as I am at getting women to just fall for the, to want to take a ride on the Stan-O-War,
I love this show. Then, Krampelter the bully shows up just to make their day worse. Krampelter, by the way, is the same bully that we see in Dreamscapers. He doesn't really have any motivation outside of throw some rocks at them and make Ford sad. And then he says this.
Listen, dorks, and listen good. You're a six-fingered freak, and you're just a dumber, sweatier version of him. And you're lucky you have each other because neither of you will ever make any friends.
This is very existentially advanced bullying for a child. Hey, you're both destined to never have any support network aside from one another, and you'll die alone. What the fuck? Krampelter, we find out in the DVD commentary, is named after Matt Chapman's name tag that he made himself for his cubicle when no one gave him one. Krampelter's name also shows up on the screen when Ford is hooked up to the mind-reading machine, which means that his tormenting Ford obviously had an impact throughout Ford's life. He's still thinking about his childhood bully when he's in his 60s. Sufficiently depressing the boy, Krampelter leaves, and then Ford looks down at his hand and... ugh. This elbow. Forget the 6 finger. This boy has a weird wrist elbow. Doctor should have circled that on the x-ray. You gotta get that checked out, buddy.
I just wonder if there's anywhere in the world where weirdos like me fit in.
A place where weirdos like me could fit in. This sentiment is echoed a lot in Journal 3. Ford in school was constantly bullied, and he says he used to fantasize about finding a place like the Bermuda Triangle, where he could disappear into the unknown. And he says that he found it in Gravity Falls. Little does he know, he would quite literally disappear into the unknown through the interdimensional portal. And then Stan reassures Ford by saying this.
Hey, chin up, buddy. Look, one of these days, you and me are gonna sail away from this dumb town. We'll hunt for treasure, get all the girls, and be an unstoppable team of adventurers.
Sure, Jan.
You really mean it? High six? High six.
You'll be together forever. I detect no foreshadowing from this. Everything will turn out fine, yes sirree. So, between the high five that we just saw Krampelter give his friends, and the high six that Stan and Ford give each other right here, there's something we should point out. The high five wasn't actually widespread in the US until the 1970s. So this shouldn't be a thing. And normally this would be a problem. But in The Time Traveler's Pig, Mabel actually shared a high five with Fertilia Mech, who is credited with its invention.
Up top. That's called a high five. Teach it to your friends.
Thereby introducing the high five to the world of Gravity Falls in the 1800s. So, never mind. No notes. We have a bunch of stuff in this montage that follows this scene. Stan and Ford slowly getting older, becoming teenagers. Shout out to this pinup calendar right here. Stan would 1000% have a pinup calendar like this. It feels so true to him. This little menace to society? I love it. Next we have the prom scene. I love these suits. Honestly, these are the most 1960s, 1970s ass suits I've ever seen. Revolting. I love them. The sequence is very cute with Stan and Ford getting doused in punch. Also, I think according to a tweet by Alex Hirsch, Ford here got the punch thrown on him because he used a pickup line that Stan once told him. Look at her expression here. She's like processing probably something horrifically misogynistic and then just tosses the beverage in his face. It is, however, very adorable that Stan immediately throws the punch on himself. No hesitation. But this does remind me of something. In the DVD commentary, they point out that one of the things they were thinking about doing in this episode, instead of the conflict that we see down the line, was having Stan and Ford fight over a woman? Like fighting over Carla McCorkle?
Matt, do you have any particular memories of some of the just other alternate versions of this, dead ends, changes we made?
There was one version where the climax was at a dance, right? Weren't they both going to take the same girl to the dance?
Yeah.
I can't remember if it was...
We
it Carla
explored a version of
McCorkle,
that.
the one from several times? I can't remember if it's the same girl.
Oh, right. If it was Carla McCorkle. Carla Hot Pants McCorkle. We briefly explored the, a woman comes between them, but it felt like it's sort of inventing a female character just for the sake of that role, and it felt like it wasn't deep enough.
Yeah, it wasn't deep enough.
I am so glad we didn't go that route. Can you imagine the fandom? It would be insufferable. Carla McCorkle, that bitch. Also, for a second, we see this woman's picture behind all of Ford's trophies and medals and accolades. And this woman's picture also appears in Gravity Falls. I kind of like that. It's like Ford brought this photo of a family member with him. Like, it's a member of the family that maybe he knew or something. Like a grandma from a young age. I don't know, I think that's neat. I don't think we have any knowledge on who this woman might be either, and I think that's interesting as well. If you're eagle-eyed, you might notice I have ear cuffs in now. That's because it's 5 a.m. and I'm very tired, and these ear cuffs are at least slightly uncomfortable enough to maybe keep me awake a bit longer. Let's do this. I like that the footbot is etched into Stan's desk in the next part here. It's also Stan's science fair project, which we'll see in a second. He values it at a very high price, and he makes the science board out of a cardboard box that's upside down. And it's literally just a toaster strapped to a football. We love science. Apparently, he thought this idea was great.
But I couldn't have done it without my sidekick, Footbot.
Thank you for building me, Daddy.
Also, in the DVD commentary, in character as Grunkle Stan, he says he invented the footbot specifically to have someone to play catch with him.
My dad was a cold-hearted ex-bricklayer who would rather list my faults at Passover than throw the old football around. Seriously, I never played catch with my old man. For a science fair, actually, I asked Ford to help me invent a football-throwing robot just to get someone throw a football around with me.
That's rough. I also want to point out in this scene right here, like, I love Stan, and Stan 1000% does not deserve anything that gets handed his way in the next few scenes, but I think it's safe to say he was, like, a bit of a jerk as a teenager. I mean, don't get me wrong, he was bullied. We literally see it in Dreamscapers. Hell, we see it in this episode. It's very sad. This kid was probably tormented, but like, just look at him spitting spitballs at this guy next to him. Gary here wasn't doing anything, man. Daniel Pines, what are you doing? It's just so uncalled for. I do like that the Band-Aid is still being incorporated into his design though. Like, it went from his cheek to the side of his arm. And I like that this design is seemingly based off of the design in Boys Crazy. It's a good homage here. Some people think that the Boys Crazy design is just Stan reimagining how he looked at this age, but like as more buff. But we do see an ID with the same design in Not What He Seems, which tells me that at least at some point in his adulthood, he did look like that. But I like this design kind of referencing that. I think that's neat. Also, Ford knows that he's cheating here. Like, it's so casual. Stan just kind of leans over and starts writing down what's on Ford's paper, and Ford seems to just notice it. It happens enough that Ford doesn't even seem to be thinking about it. It's just like, oh yeah, I'll let Stan copy, why not? It cuts to the science fair sign that says, what, you think you're some kind of smart guy? Good bit. I will say, that trophy that Ford gets is way too fancy. Did the entire Glassshard Beach School District's budget go to this trophy? Is this why they can't afford more lines on their notebook paper? Also, Ford has literally invented a perpetual motion machine. He broke the first and second laws of thermodynamics and invented infinite energy for the school science fair. He solved the energy crisis. He solved global climate change. He solved my fire alarm batteries running out, and he stopped the beeping that is slowly driving me insane. And he's barely out of puberty. What were you doing when you were 17? Because I don't know about you, but I was busy wishing I had the editing talent to make a Boulevard of Broken Dreams AMV to Shadow the Hedgehog. Hell, I've been making YouTube videos for 2 years and I still don't have the talent. At one point, the perpetual motion machine was actually just going to be Ford inventing solar energy, going by this panel of a storyboard. But, seeing as solar energy was first converted into electricity in the 1800s, it makes it a bit less impressive. I can see why they changed this. And then, when Ford rightfully wins and is handed the trophy, Stan comes into frame. So, I have a lot to say about this 1 second clip right here. I think it's incredibly possible, and in fact, basically canon, that Ford was beginning to have a lot of resentful feelings even before the incident that happens later on in this episode. Like, we see Ford here, and he is looking proudly at his accomplishment, proudly at the trophy, and then Stan comes in frame, and he just puts an arm around him, and he looks very proud of Ford, but look at Ford. Ford's a little bit uncomfortable. Now, on one hand, we can read this expression as Ford just kind of being embarrassed, like, oh man, Stan, stop hyping me up. All I did was, fix the world. I can't stand this kid. But I think it kind of reads to the fact that their entire lives, they've only had one another. So later on in this episode, and we'll get there when we get there, Stan describes himself as one half of a dynamic duo. And I think they've both kind of come to think of themselves in this way. They're both literally named Stan. We'll talk about that later, but Philbrick Pines couldn't be bothered to give them separate names. They are Stanford and Stan Lee. Basically, Stan 1 and Stan 2, And from what I've seen from people I know who are twins, or from testimonies from twins that I've seen on the internet at large. I'm not an expert, but from what I can tell, it is possible that they're beginning to feel some kind of I want to live my own life. You know what I'm saying? I think it's possible that Stan and Ford, or at the very least Ford, might be wanting to kind of branch out and be his own person a bit now. Here he is having done something that only he did. Stan's not copying him here. This is only Ford's accomplishment, and Stan's kind of inserting himself into this photograph, and Ford looks uncomfortable about it. And I know that I'm doing a lot of, reading individual frame expressions here, But in the Grunkle Stan commentary on the DVD, we kind of get some validation that this is what's going on.
Cut to high school, and he asked me for advice. Stanley, I know things have been a little weird between you and me with college, but...
This isn't a problem, by the way, that is either Stan or Ford's fault. This is just in the way that people treat them. They are treated as one team, as one group of losers, as one group of kids who don't have a lot of expectations placed on them. Ford is grappling with the idea that he's never going to be anything but a freak, and Stan is grappling with the idea that he's never going to be anything but a loser. And I know that that's a lot of conjecture to make after looking at 3 frames of animation, but this is the channel you clicked on, sorry buddy. So it cuts to them in the classroom, and a shout out to these toffee peanuts. I'm sure they'll have no plot relevance. It's really weird that they zoom in on them though, don't you think? And both of them are called into the principal's office.
Pines twins to the principal's office. Pines twins to the principal's office.
Ah, great. What is it this time?
Now, it's weird that they call them both, right? I know that probably in the case of writing it, the writers were like, well, we just need Stan to hear the conversation that's about to happen, so they'll just call them both. But the implication here is that, the secretary can't tell which of the Stans is which, so she just calls them both, thinking it'll be easier. Again, another instance of the world treating these two people as one unit. But again, the writers were probably just trying to get this plot going. We only have 30 minutes, chop chop. So Ford walks in, and look at Ford's posture. His little sad, am I in trouble posture as he walks in and sits down. Shout out to President Nixon in the corner, basically pulling 80% of the legwork that it takes to keep my timeline video in one piece. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd go so far as to say that Nixon is my favorite president. Can't think of a single bad thing he ever did, no siree. And then the principal begins his spiel.
You have 2 sons. One of them is incredibly gifted. The other one is standing outside this room and his name's Stanley.
What are you saying?
I'm saying your son Stanford is a genius!
No, I'm pretty sure you're saying her son Stanley's a fucking idiot, but go on. Also, look at Ford's reaction here. He, looks almost upset, he wants to say something, and maybe he probably would, but, his father is right there, and none of the adults are saying anything. It's a really awkward place to put a teenager in.
All his teachers are going bananas over his science fair experiment.
All of them? All of his teachers? Even the English teacher? Hell, even the PE teacher? So he pulls out this brochure to West Coast Tech, a school that makes science fiction into science fact, and says they're very interested in Ford attending their school. I like that the brochure says Sciente Scola, which I think is Latin for science school, which is very pretentious. We love to see it. So this is the first time in this episode that we see one of the Stan twins' eyes literally dilate with pure joy, like a cat's. And then Ford gets, of course, the validation of his father.
Your son may be a future millionaire, Mr. Pines.
I'm impressed.
Though it really looks like Philbrick is less impressed with the accomplishment here, and more with the fact that Ford might make them some money. He seems to be reacting specifically to the your son might be a future millionaire, Mr. Pines. Now, I could be wrong here. Maybe Philbrick, this entire time, has been super proud of all of Ford's straight A's, but would Ford get this happy if that has been the case? If he's been regularly getting this validation at home? Ford has medals and trophies piling up, but it really looks, at least to me, that it's the financial success that gets Philbrick's attention. More on this later.
But what about our little free spirit Stanley?
That clown? At this rate, he'll be lucky to graduate high school. Look, there's a saltwater taffy store on the dock, and somebody's got to get paid to scrape the barnacles off of it.
So, of course, Stan was listening in the lobby the entire time. I like how the secretary has just kind of bounced by now. She was, listening to the principal call Stan an idiot and watching Stan just get more and more depressed and was like, this is awkward. I'm gonna go get some coffee or something. And she just leaves him in there forever. Stan in this moment is feeling devastated. Not only is everyone dragging him to the mud, but he's about to lose, literally the one friend that he has. as Alex Hirsch said in the commentary.
So, like, I know how Stan feels in this scene when somebody comes in and says, like, you know what? There was a race, you didn't know you were running, and you're already behind.
Yeah. Way behind.
Way behind.
The scene ends with the principal saying,
"Hey, look on the bright side. At least you'll have one son here in New Jersey forever."
Ugh, stabs me in the heart. Poor kid. So it cuts to Stan and Ford on the beach on the swing set that we actually see in the ending credits of Not What He Seems, which, of course, you might also recall from Inside Stan's Mind in Dreamscapers. And there's a lot of symbolism with this swing set. Like we see in Dreamscapers that one side of the swing set is overgrown and unkempt and broken. But it's also interesting considering we see the same swing set later in Ford's Mindscape in The Last Mabel Corn. It seems like this fixture is symbolic to both of them of like their broken relationship or the brotherhood that they once held. In this scene also, we can see in the distance that the boat is basically done, I think. I'm not a boat expert or anything, but like, yeah, it's staying afloat, which is the number one thing that a boat needs to do. Fix that hole in the sail and yeah, you're probably good to go. You know, this is probably as good a time as any to say that like, it's probably for the best that the whole boat plan didn't work out. I hate to say outright that I don't trust two 18-year-olds to manage a boat in the middle of the ocean, okay? But I definitely don't. These two would be dead of scurvy within a month. That or they'd kill each other. They would just straight up Cain and Abel one another. Just straight up bash each other in the head with rocks at the same time. I don't know how far away they'd get from the shore of New Jersey, but they would find a way to get eaten by a shark in non-shark infested waters. I hate to have no faith in them, but I have no faith in them. So it seems like Stan is trying to convince Ford not to go through with it in like this rough around the edges kind of Stan way.
Joke's on them if they think you want to go to some stuffy college on the other side of the country. Once we get the Stan Award complete, it's gonna be beaches, babes, and international treasure hunting for us.
Like, Ford is talking about what a meaningful opportunity this is to him, how he can't kind of pass this up, and like, look at how Stan reacts, you know?
Look, Stan, I can't pass up a chance like this. This school has cutting-edge programs in multidimensional paradigm theory.
This episode is very good at conveying a lot with just a few expressions. Like, look at Stan's face when Ford is talking about the multidimensional paradigm theory, and he immediately lashes out after this. He just calls his brother a nerd for caring about his future and being excited about this, because he feels like he's being abandoned. He feels like he can't compete with multidimensional paradigm theory.
Beep boop, I am a nerd robot. That's you. That's what you sound like.
And the audience doesn't even need to be told that Stan feels this way, because it's just made so obviously clear in just a few expressions really quickly. And honestly, in this frame, it looks like Ford's trying not to look hurt at that. I mean, none of this is an indictment of Stan. Like, I think he's being a bit inconsiderate here, but he literally just hung outside the door at the principal's office while the principal called him an idiot. Like, I'd be feeling some kind of way too. These teenagers are teenagering, and it makes sense. Monsters sponsor me. Anyway, Stan is like, but like, this doesn't really matter, right? Because, you know, we're gonna get on that boat together, right? You know, the boat thing, the boat over there, she's almost done. We're gonna do it, right? We're almost home free. And Ford says, okay, yeah, sure. If my hopes and dreams go up in smoke, sure. We'll do the treasure hunting thing. And Stan is like, you promise? And Ford is like, yeah, for sure. And then he does this like NPC ass walk.
Beep boop, I am a nerd robot.
Look at this, he's like, It kills me every time. Honestly, Stan has no place to talk. He's literally powering down here. You can tell from this scene, by the way, that Ford, like, cares about what his brother thinks. It's why they're talking. He's just genuinely excited about this opportunity. I mean, I would be excited. This is one of those life-changing opportunities that doesn't come along often, especially to kids in the lead paint districts of the world. So that night, Stan is angry and somehow sneaks into the school. I guess they can't afford a security guard or locked doors. They sent them all out with the college ruled paper. And Stan, in his voiceover, says this.
Without Ford, I was just half of a dynamic duo. I couldn't make it out there without him. And now, thanks to that dumb college, I was gonna lose my brother forever.
Now, as a grown adult, I'm just gonna say, obviously, No, he wasn't. It's not like Ford would never see him again. It's not like Ford was gonna die. It's not like Stan was gonna die either. But like, teenage brain and the catastrophizing that comes with it, I get what he means. It probably felt like the world was ending, man. Again, especially with the way that the adults in the room were talking about him. So he goes to Ford's experiment to yell at it.
Then apparently you have rage problems, quote unquote, according to the counselor. Darn hippie.
And then he breaks it.
This is all your fault, you dumb machine! Oh no, no, what did I do?
Single-handedly restarting the energy crisis, global climate change, and the beeping in my fire alarm. Thanks, Stan. Now, when he does this, I'm gonna say something controversial yet brave. I know that he said good as new, probably, before he glues the sheets on. I think he is hoping that it says good as new. But like, Stan, you literally saw smoke coming out of it. Don't just throw a sheet over it. Look at his little Grinch-ass little tiptoe walk. You don't walk away from something like you're stealing Christmas if you don't think you might have done something wrong. And look, that's not to say that Stan deserves anything coming his way in the next few scenes. Like, I know what he's in for. And honestly, in his shoes, I can see myself as a teenager doing the exact same thing. Like, you're scared, you've just broken something, and you're pretty sure that it's okay, but it's easier to just kind of hide it. But still, come on, Stan, tell Ford. Tell him. There's still time to fix it. I'm not mad at him. He's literally a child. He's still got his puberty acne. I've seen this episode. I know what happens because of this, and I'm powerless to stop it. Stan, Habibi, please, go get Ford. He can still fix it. I might be a bit desensitized to some of the emotionality of it. And then Ford, the next day, doesn't even notice. He's just standing here in his Oompa Loompa ass closet cosplay like, how nice of the principal to add this sheet for dramatic effect. I sure love trusting people. That's right. Yes, sirree. That's me, Mr. Trust Everyone. And everything will be A-okay. Just check under the sheet, man. This is your future. So the people from West Coast Tech come in, and they look annoyed right out the gate. And honestly, I think they're annoyed because they had to be called to, like, this shitty school to check out this kid's project. Like, this is the thing. I don't think they ever expected Ford to do well, especially coming from a neighborhood like this. And that must have hurt extra bad because so much of what Ford talks about in the journal is about him wanting to prove people wrong and, like, prove that he can become someone. I feel part of it probably stemmed from this. So yeah, he takes off the sheet, and of course it isn't moving. Damn you, Blendin Blandin. And then the West Coast Tech people just immediately go, well, sucks to suck, and they walk away. They didn't even check his math to see if he's, like, onto something. They're walking out before he can even finish being shocked. And he's like, wait, a fuse must have blown. And they're like, sorry, man, we gotta go. We only got 30 minutes to tell this backstory. Let's keep things moving, buddy. Guess we'll just have to give the scholarship to the guy who made, Art Bell Fulclet. Truly a visionary. Also, weird thing here, but the names on this clipboard, I keep reading them and expecting there to be, like, a bit or an anagram or something, and, like, the closest I could find is someone on Reddit pointing out that, like, the name Mara here could be a reference to Daria, or maybe to a Romanian actress. I don't know, it feels almost weird that there's no gag here. They definitely pause long enough for us to read the names, which is an odd choice if there's no meaning to this, especially given how tightly edited the rest of the episode is. So, like, am I missing a gag here? Leave a comment down below if I'm missing a gag here, okay? I tried. I really tried. I couldn't find anything. So then Ford says this.
No, wait! Don't go! I worked so hard!
God, look how sad he is here. Poor baby girl. I know this feeling right here. This is the feeling of staying up for 2 nights in a row working on an essay, and then your computer crashes and you realize it hasn't saved in the last 48 hours. I'm fine. Realistically, Ford probably has worked really hard on this. Stan is someone who likes to take shortcuts. That's something they established in Lost Legends. It's something that they've kind of established throughout all of Stan's time in Gravity Falls. Now, Don't get me wrong, there's a lot to be said as to whether or not the reason he takes shortcuts is because he's trying to catch up to someone like Ford, who seems to just get this school stuff a whole lot easier. While unconfirmed, there's a long-standing fandom theory that Stan might have dyslexia.
Do you like to be befuddled? Bewildered?
And we could and will have that conversation in another video. But just because Ford is more academically inclined does not mean that he isn't working hard, that he isn't also desperate to prove himself. Hell, half of Journal 3 is just Ford's big book of wanting to prove himself. It was like he didn't even know that he'd have an option for a college this big, and now that he had that opportunity snatched away, that's gotta be so rough. And then he sees the bag of toffee peanuts. Ford says in Journal 3 that toffee peanuts are the worst snack because they get stuck in his teeth. Sure, buddy. I'm sure there's no other very loaded trauma-based reason why you dislike them. Look at his face right here. He's so fucking upset. Top 10 anime betrayals. Number 2. So Ford comes in late in the evening. Seemingly a few hours has passed here, probably because the only thing he's had to go off of was a bag of toffee peanuts. So he was asking anyone else he's ever seen eat a bag of them if they broke his science fair project. But what do I know? Maybe Stan is the only customer keeping this toffee peanut company alive. That's the thing about the toffee peanuts though. Outside of the zoom in, we had no reason to even notice them. Yeah, Stan is eating them earlier, but it would have been just another thing adding flavor and detail to a scene in an episode that up to this point has been chock full of scenes that are full of visual flavor. And I'd criticize the toffee peanut thing for being a bit contrived, like how does Ford know that this particular bag of toffee peanuts belongs to his brother? But I'll be honest. The first time I watched the episode, and basically every time since, unless I've really sat and thought about it, it's worked fine. Now, do I think it could have been something stronger than just like a bag of junk food that could have realistically been eaten by anyone? Yes, but I can't think of any that would convey the same thing while taking the same amount of time or less to set it up. It's a clunky solution, but it's an efficient one. And given the time constraints, I can forgive it at least. But I definitely do notice it. So Ford gets home to ask Stan about the peanuts.
Paddle, 2 paddle. Man, that Jackie O, what a fox.
What a good bit. What a solid bit. Also, what a very inaccessible bit for your 12-year-old audience. Hey, what joke should we put here? Oh, I know. How about a reference to the widow of John F. Kennedy? Fuck them kids. I love this bit. It's probably my favorite line in the episode. Jackie O, what a fox. So Ford asks Stan if he knows why this bag of toffee peanuts was around his science fair project. And honestly, Stan probably could have just been like, no. Like, literally, Stan could have just been like, I've never seen those in my fucking life. And then what? Ford has no proof. He has nothing to go off of. Ford would have just sadly went upstairs and packed his bags for the Pine Bros scurvy adventure. Well, maybe. I know the show talks a lot about how good of a con man Stan is, but honestly, he's not that great of a liar. At least not to people that he cares about.
What? No! I didn't put him anywhere! I'm not acting suspicious! You're acting suspicious! What's a pig?
So maybe it's for the best that he didn't lie here. In fact, while he says it was an accident, he basically admits to the crime. And then he says this.
Look, it was a mistake! Although if you think about it, maybe there's a silver lining. Huh? Treasure hunting?
Are you kidding me?
Look at Ford's face. Literally stunned. Actually silent for a full second. They don't have a lot of seconds to spare in this episode, and they used at least a couple of them to let Ford stand there, mouth open, just absolutely shocked. It's the same energy as, you really think I'm gonna thank you? He's just like, you're really gonna say that? You're gonna say that in front of me, in front of God, in front of Jackie O, and in front of our father's weird royal order of the Holy Mackerel Fez. He's just like, did you break my perpetual motion machine by bashing your head against it? Like, I love this expression so much. And Stan tries to explain, but the optics are not great. And honestly, the timing of it coming less than 24 hours after, sure buddy, if my dreams go up in smoke, you get your dreams, is sus enough that I'm not even sure an explanation would have done Stan much good here. And before Ford can start doing his Cain and Abel reenactment, hell, or maybe Stan, he actually looks pretty mad here for a second too after Ford pushes him. But before that, Filbert comes in and grabs Stan by the collar and starts yelling at him. I talk about this moment a lot in my fatherhood and abuse in Gravity Falls video, but man, Stan looks downright terrified here. He goes from angry to scared in 2 seconds flat. The worst part of this is that I believe it would have gone so much smoother if Filbert wasn't there. Like, the bros would have been mad at each other for a long time, maybe even years, and Ford probably would have given Stan a legendary silent treatment. Hell, maybe they would have devolved into a punching fight right there in the living room. But Stan wouldn't have been kicked out or anything. He wouldn't have been a homeless teenager. They would have had a chance to talk later, to maybe see eye to eye. But Filbert comes in, literally lifts Stan up by the collar, and the noise from all this wakes up Karen Pines and the baby. God, am I even gonna talk about the baby? I've already done a video on the baby. In mine and that GF Fans interview with Alex Hirsch, he confirmed the identity of the baby. I've talked so much about this baby. We're just gonna pretend the baby isn't there. But also, yes, this is Shermie. Timelines be damned. So here, it seems like the bag that Filbert throws out with Stan is already packed. And sure, that might just be us like hard cutting to when Stan gets thrown out, like they skip to the scene of Filbert packing the bag because we only have 30 minutes, chop chop, let's keep things moving. But it does look like Filbert already had a bag packed, like that's what 99% of the fandom took walking away from this scene. Now, there are other possibilities. Again, we could imagine that Filbert literally just went upstairs and grabbed some things and shoved them in a bag while still yelling at Stan. Or we could imagine that maybe Stan had already packed a bag. Again, he was ready to go ASAP. He was probably waiting till their 18th birthday and then he was gonna jump out. Maybe even Ford packed it. That's a wild headcanon I haven't seen much out in the wild. That would be insane. Maybe the bag is empty, which is probably the most fucked up possibility, but also like kind of funny. Just kind of cartoonishly evil of Filbert to go, here's a bag. I bet you'd fill it with food and clothing if you had any. Loser. But at any rate, the bag is already thrown out there and Filbert tosses Stan out on the street. And he says this.
You ignoramus! Your brother was gonna be our ticket out of this dump! All you ever do is lie and cheat and ride on your brother's coattails. Well, this time you cost our family potential millions! And until you make us a fortune, you're not welcome in this household!
So, in the principal's office, we went over how it was the fact that Ford was a potential millionaire that got Filbert's attention. We get some validation of that idea in the Book of Bill. The concept that Ford is, to some extent, a money ticket to his father, much in the same way that Stan is being treated here. Bill tells Ford that his father likely wouldn't take him back without millions, and at least on these pages, it's presented as something that Ford obviously feels to be true. Ford is obviously impressive, like he gets good grades, they have an entire display of his accomplishments at home, but it wasn't until Filbert heard about the money that Ford got his attention. Through all this, I'm very struck with the feeling that Filbert doesn't even care that Stan ruined Ford's future here. He does not care about the college. He's mad that Ford's not going to be rich, and that, therefore, the rest of the family won't be rich. The science fair project breaking was an accident. Stan is being thrown out on the street for accidentally breaking a project, whether Ford knows it or not. Anyway we cut it, Filbert seems like just such a real piece of shit. Maybe Filbert was going to say some more here in an original version of this scene that got cut down. Maybe he was gonna say something here that implied that, I don't know, he likes his children. Like, I think the show wants us to believe in Dreamscapers and Lost Legends that Filbert likes his sons.
You know, at the time, I thought my pop was trying to torture me. But wouldn't you know it, the old man was doing me a favor all along.
But if something like that was meant to be in a Talented Stance, I don't know. it was left on the cutting room floor. So Stan is literally standing there on the sidewalk, bag in hand, and he looks up at Ford and he's just like, come on, bro. I'm gonna be a homeless teenager. Fucking do something, please. And Ford is standing at the window like Riff Raff in Rocky Horror, and he closes the curtains.
Stanford, don't leave me hanging. High six?
This is something I need to say at some point in this video, and like, this is as good a time as I need to do it. But I am only going to be analyzing A Tale of Two Stands in this episode. I'm just talking about the lore of this episode, Gravity Falls episode details related to this episode, behind the scenes stuff related to this episode, and other episodes that relate to this episode. But of course, I am aware of the Ford Pines discourse that this episode brought with it. I was literally there. I remember the Great Stan Wars of 2015. A lot of people did not like Ford after this episode, and a lot of it starts here, in this moment of Ford closing the curtains. The dislike of Ford is well documented. I mean, even Alex Hirsch brought it up in the DVD commentary.
There was sort of a war within the fan community after this episode aired between people who loved Ford and thought that Ford deserves more support, and people who hated Ford. If everyone's mad, you did a good job.
Well, let me tell you, my guy, in 2015, everyone was mad, so y'all did great. And while I obviously am doing a fair amount of character analysis throughout this video as it pertains to the things we see on screen, I have a huge video planned, hopefully to come out a few weeks from now, about Stanford Pines, about the way the fandom criticizes Stanford Pines and other characters that they don't like, and, about why I love Ford so goddamn much. And what I have to say about Ford and Stan and the rest of the show might even surprise some of you, who knows. But in the name of analyzing this specific episode, let's talk about this moment. Here's the thing. Ford is obviously distraught. Look at his face. He is struggling in this Denny's tonight. Some people think he might just be feeling sadness about the science fair project not working out and not getting into West Coast Tech, but in the journal he does describe having a nightmare about Stan and about the guilt he feels about having let his brother down. In Book of Bill, Ford actually indicates that he thinks he might have been too harsh on Stan. He says so on the pros and cons page, when he's wondering if he should even contact Stan and ask for his help. And going by the way that he talks about Stan to Bill, it seems like Stan's departure weighs really heavily on him. Furthermore, in the Book of Bill, on the whiteboard in this photograph taken of Ford and Fiddleford on Ford's first day of college, we see a code written in the secret language that Stan and Ford made up as kids. And when translated, it says, "Miss you." Obviously, Ford was sad about his brother not being in his life. But also, I think it's important for me to say, Stan and Ford are teenagers here. And I don't realistically think there's much that Ford could have done to change this. I mean, Stan's mom was awake and she wasn't even able to stop Philbrick. So I don't think that even if Ford did say, "No, Papa, don't do it, don't throw Stan out on the street," I don't think Philbrick would have gone, "Ah, shit, well, if you say so, my teenage child," and then dusted Stan off and let him back in. I get the vibe that once Philbrick's mind is made up on something like this, there's no one doing it. But even so, all that being said, from Stan's perspective of this moment, with Ford closing the curtains, of course it feels like a downright abandonment at his lowest hour. The same way the science fair project feels to Ford to be an outright betrayal, even if the audience knows it was all an accident, this moment here is a betrayal to Stan. He didn't need Ford's defense of him to be effective in keeping him in the house. He just needed Ford's defense. A defense that Ford was too distraught to give, after a night that I imagine was traumatic for both of them. Stan even said that they were one another's only friend. When push comes to shove, you only need one. But like we've observed, there were stress lines there. So for both of them, this was the night where something cracked. When your entire support network is one person, of course it makes bouncing back from a betrayal that much more difficult, because you have no one else to help you when you're down. And so he shouts,
I don't need you. I don't need anyone.
Which I'm sure is not a line we'll have a direct parallel to later. He climbs into his car and he barrels down the street, making sure to hit the trash cans specifically and then do a U-E to go the wrong way down a one-way road. But at least he's wearing his seatbelt, so we can be safe. There, Disney standards in practice. Take your goddamn seatbelt so you don't gotta burn Alex Hirsch at the stake, or whatever they do for punishment for S&P sins. Obviously, what the fandom took from Stan driving down the wrong way wasn't just his disregard for the laws of Glasshard Beach, New Jersey, or his lack of driving talent. Another takeaway here is his disregard for his own safety and for his own life. And then we have a commercial break so we can breathe a little. Hi, Editing Hannah here. I'm the Hannah that edits Editing Hannah. I realized in my most recent edit of the video that I have yet even more things to say about this scene, and about something that the writing here does that I really like. There's been a lot of fandom discussion, and in particular a lot of posts made by Jewish fans of Gravity Falls about Stan Pines as a deconstruction of antisemitic tropes related to greed. When you first meet Stan, he's money-grubbing, he's miserly, etc. But, as Jewish fans of the show have long pointed out, a lot of these traits are extensions of the trauma that Stan himself has suffered. It's an extension of him needing to think on his feet and pay his brother's bills. It's an extension of his being cast out and his subsequent survival. An important theme in Jewish stories for obvious reasons. And above that, Stan's affinity for money, being an extension of the struggles that he's gone through, parallels where a lot of anti-Semitic tropes about Jewish people and greed even come from. Stan seems at a glance like a greedy, selfish man, but of course, Stan is not what he seems. The things he does for his family, and there's a complexity underlying his motivations. Complexity is, in my opinion, the antithesis of stereotype. And I absolutely love how they root that in A Tale of Stan's writing. But while Stan is a deconstruction of anti-Semitic tropes, I think that in the crafting of his backstory, by some quirk of the writing, the issue exists almost even more so in Philbrick's story. In the process that Alex Hirsch and the rest of the Gravity Falls team took to write a story in which Stan has very compelling reasons to be so obsessed with money, and to explain Stan's trauma with money, I think that they inadvertently made Philbrick into a worse father, a weaker character, and one more laced with stereotype. However, there's room for complexity in Philbrick's backstory, in the fact that his family may have been immigrants in the US post-World War II. There are complicated layers at play here, with a historic background that specific careers and colleges have historically been denied to Jewish people, and of course with the context that the Stan twins and their family live in a poor neighborhood and struggle to make ends meet. Alex Hirsch is Jewish himself, so I know that any reading I'm making about Philbrick's character obviously wasn't put there in bad faith. I believe that the weakening of Philbrick's character just kind of happened while they were moving around the pieces of Stan's backstory. I'm not Jewish, so while I wanted to acknowledge some of the things that I really loved about Stan's writing, and some of the things that I'm thinking about when it comes to Philbrick's, obviously I'm not a part of that group and you should defer to the people who are. I'll link some posts made by Jewish creators on the subject in the description below. Okay, back to the show. So, we're back in the commercial break and they cut to inside the basement just so that we remember that this is a story being told in the middle of this very tense moment. Mabel is listening to this tale of heartbreak and homelessness and she wants these old geezers to hug it out. Hug it out! And Dipper is here having heard all of this and he's probably feeling something like, I don't know, Mabel. We might not be equipped to deal with issues of this magnitude. Have y'all considered therapy? I'm 12. And Stan's like, we don't have time for this, kids. We only have 17 minutes left of this episode, chop chop.
I'm trying to tell my life story here.
Also, Ford is still writing something down here. Like, what is he writing? Is he talking shit about Stan? Is this some 3D chess shit trying to convince Stan that he's talking shit about him? Is he just like writing down a grocery list or something? Dear Diary, I'm glad to be back in this dimension. Here's a list of foods I can eat now. Number 1. Egg. So Stan, as a teenager, freshly homeless, is trying, at first, to find treasure. And he's coming up short because
apparently gold is some kind of rare metal.
And then he sees a sign to be your own boss and become a traveling salesman. And considering we see a vacuum cleaner in the backseat of the car in the billboard, and we know that Stan eventually goes on to sell Stan Vax.
It sucks more than anything.
I guess this is like a billboard encouraging people to join some kind of like elaborate white label vacuum MLM pyramid scheme, which is kind of funny. If Stan were 17 today instead of in 1969 or whatever, he'd absolutely be selling those white labeled drop shipped products from AliExpress on TikTok. And he'd be making bank doing it. Teenage Stan be like, I was born in the wrong generation. Anyways, Stan throws away the metal detector, which is wild because a metal detector in 1969 would have been around $145, which is about 1,400 United States dollars today. Stan, Habibi, what are you doing? And he probably stole it anyways. And it cuts to Stan, now in sales, selling the chamois of the future.
Hi there, I'm Stan Pines of Stanco Enterprises. Are you sick of this always happening to you?
And I love, like, the editing cleanup. Like, it just does a little, like, fast edit and he's clean.
Made with the same material astronauts use to clean up cranberry stains on the moon.
The tagline is, it's a total sham, which is not only very funny, but it shows that Stan has always sucked at taglines.
It sucks more than anything.
I probably don't need to say this, but the sham total is based on the sham wow, in case y'all don't know.
Hi, it's Vince with Sham Wow. You'll be saying wow every time you use this towel.
God, I'm grappling with the idea that there are people in my audience too young to remember the sham wow. But the sham wow was basically just an overpriced towel sold over TV. The infomercial at first said that, like, the product held 20 times its weight in liquid.
Sham Wow holds 20 times its weight in liquid. Look at this. It just does the work.
And then they were like, oopsie, that was a bit of a lie. And they changed it saying that it holds only 12 times its weight in liquid.
Sham Wow holds 12 times its weight in liquid.
And then it was changed again to say, did we say 12? We meant 10 times its weight in liquid.
You can cut it in half. Use one as a bath mat, drain your dishes with the other one, use one as a towel. Olympic divers, they use it as a towel. Look at that, completely dry.
So ShamWow guy, Vince Offer, the guy who sold ShamWow in the infomercials, he was like the evil knockoff of Billy Mays. And if you don't know about Billy Mays, God, I'm old. I can't explain Billy Mays to you people. This video is long enough. Chop chop.
Hi, Billy Mays here with Zorbies.
What I'm getting at is Billy Mays was good at selling things, and I just inherently trusted him. I don't know, man. He was probably lying a few times. I mean, he was selling things over TV.
Over 20 ounces of liquid. Look at this.
And also, I was a kid at the time, so I wouldn't really know. But something about him just seemed kind, jovial, jolly even. I just liked the cut of his jib. I never liked the cut of Vince Offer's jib. His jib was fucked up. And I didn't know this at the time. But like, he did a lot of crimes. He was a horrible guy. I'll put those on screen so I don't get demonetized for reading them out loud. But yeah, he sucked. If I had a nickel for every time the seller of a mediocre towel on TV was actually a hardened criminal, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot. Alex said in the DVD commentary that at the start of the series, he'd actually envisioned Stan having like a long list of shitty products that Stan had hoped to sell. And Alex ended up actually being able to dust off this list of products throughout the series, and especially in this episode. I'll note that Rob Renzetti, in my interview with him, yes, I'm name dropping, I'm allowed, said that he could see Stan being a competitor for Bobby Renzabi, who is pretty much Gravity Falls Billy Mays.
Hi, I'm Bobby Renzabi, and what you need is the Huggy Wuffy Tummy Bundle!
I could hold 10 babies at once!
But what we see here in this episode is that Stan, it sucks more than anything, Pines really had to come into his own as a salesman, that's for sure. Also, I'm imagining at least a few months have passed here, and maybe even a year, because he looks older. This vibe looks more 70s than late 60s. He's grown now and free to thirst-trap the 1970s housewives with his open shirt, gold chain, and lovingly rendered hairy chest. And it works because this woman, who going by her outfit is either from the 1800s or literally Amish, why is she dressed like this? She buys one and tries it out. Ugh, also I love the wood paneling on that microwave. These artists are so goddamn good at conveying the setting. This microwave is the most 1970s thing I've ever seen. So, because the sham total leaves stains on clothes instead of cleaning them, Stan's customers form an angry mob. Look at all these people. Business was booming. If Stan had just, saved the money and not dyed the towels at all, he probably would have been alright. But no, he had to go all pretty patty on it. Anyways, Stan is able to escape because...
Luckily they were chasing me with Stanco brand pitchforks. Suckers!
Can I just say... he did sell a lot of pitchforks, especially for a New Jersey beach town. What hay bales are these people picking up in Glass Shard Beach? Maybe he is a good salesman. Shit, what do I know? And so he's banned from the state of New Jersey. The concept of being banned from a state is not a thing. You don't get banned from a state, but if you commit a crime somewhere and there's a warrant for your arrest within that state, you can't just go back to the state without the potential of being arrested. So you're not really banned, you're just evading arrest. But I guess that's all a bit of a mouthful, and we only have 30 minutes here, chop chop. So yes, banned from New Jersey. And he moves to Pennsylvania where he can do it all over again.
Hi, I'm Steve Pinington.
So, I gotta say something here. I am in my late 20s. I am going to be 30 before I know it. And there's something about Stan's outfit here. And I mean this. I did not respond to this outfit when I was younger. But right now, in my ripe old age of almost 30, this is doing something for me. I am not immune to propaganda. I mean, look at this man. With the 78 mobster rings and the Burt Reynolds mustache and the tacky suit. Send me to prison, thanks. Abolish prisons, except for now, for me. Just throw me in there. Also, he had very different hair in the storyboard for this scene. I would have loved to see them try this. Anyways, where were we?
The ripoff won't give you rashes. I repeat, it won't give you rashes. It gave you rashes.
Good bit. Holy shit, they did give him that hairstyle, but only as he's running away. Look at him go! After they literally chase him out of Pennsylvania, we get this map.
I traveled the whole country, sometimes outside of it, always one step ahead of the law, looking for something that would be my big break.
Let's follow the route that Stan goes on, shall we? After leaving the East Coast, we see Stan in Kentucky. He is seemingly at the Kentucky Derby, or maybe the Louisiana Derby. He's at some kind of derby. And there's a deleted scene that was here of Stan literally betting on the horses. I mean, we see it in this picture, but there's a storyboard of him saying that he'll call home as soon as his paycheck comes in, but paycheck is the name of a horse, and then paycheck loses miserably and he loses all his money. He then sold tennis rackets in what appears to be Nebraska. What a racket. Alex Hirsch actually reused this bit during an AMA. I don't think he even remembered doing it. Bobby Renzabi once sold a really cheap tennis racket called What a Racket, which had overly tight strings that popped and blinded a few people, resulting in lawsuits. He's always days away from prison. So, did Stan steal the idea from Bobby Renzabi? Did Bobby Renzabi steal the idea from Stan? Were they co-workers at one point? Yes, actually, they were. In a storyboard, we actually see Stan and Bobby Renzabi collaborating on the Stanco commercials. Lovers to enemies? Forget about Jimmy Snakes. Where's the Bobby Renzabi x Stan Pines fan art? Come on. So then we go south, probably to Colombia, because we know that Stan went to prison there.
Jorge, Rico, you're the two best Colombian prison friends a fella could make.
And while he was in prison, he was a cellmate to Rico, a guy who is mentioned later in this exact episode. So I think that Stan might have been like a drug mule or something, but Alex Hirsch said that he had canon that Stan was probably going to prison in Colombia for something more innocuous, like misexecuting a bribe or something. You can assume he was doing all kinds of criminal things down there. And you might assume that he went up to New Mexico from here, which is where Ford sends for him, but actually, he went to at least some other states after this. This line here is not complete. More on this later. So it cuts back to Ford in the basement, and he's actually drawn here with his, like, pre-Portal era, less zero gravity hairstyle. Not really sure what's up with that. And then Dipper asks him,
"Wait, what about you? Did you end up going to your dream school?"
Not exactly.
And my question here is, why not? Or rather, if he couldn't go to a dream school, why did he go to Backupsmore University of all places? I mean, yeah, one of them is like the god of schools, and another one is like the shittiest school ever. But there has to be something in the middle that was a good option, right? Like, there's a healthy balance between those two things. I've seen a couple of theories floating around in my time on Tumblr, so let's see if I can recount them all, and also let's see if I can just remember all of the theories I've had about this. What time is it? That's right. It's time for my favorite segment of all time. Hannah talks about the Vietnam War for a long time. The thing about the Vietnam War draft is that the draft lottery, which essentially forced people to enlist if they qualified and their name started with whatever letter was pulled first, didn't really happen until December of 1969. But people knew it was coming, and it was like a dark cloud over this country. But one of the ways to get out of it was to get a deferment. There were a lot of baby boomers who were becoming eligible for military service during the Vietnam War, and that caused, obviously, a steep increase in the number of exemptions and deferments, especially for college students. There were definitely people who went to college specifically to avoid the draft. At some points, college students were actually forced to take like a test. I think it was called the Selective Service Qualification Test or something. If you scored low enough on this test, your deferment from the draft would be revoked. And they were giving out this test within the mid-60s, so like in 1966, students at Harvard had to take that test. So I want you to picture the situation that Stanford Pines is in 1969. There are mutterings of a mandatory draft on the horizon. College is one of the only ways that he knows he might be exempt. So not going to school wasn't really an option. Especially now that he couldn't set sail on the SS draft evasion with Stan. So if he has to go to college, why this one? Why Backupsmore? I think the biggest assumption we can make is that the cost was probably a big factor here. People aren't usually admitted to colleges based on how good they do in a science fair, like they need to apply and all that. So I don't know if the people from West Coast Tech were showing up literally to give Ford just like admittance into West Coast Tech, or to give him a free full ride scholarship or a free admission. The latter makes a lot more sense. The brochure said grant, so maybe that's what they were going for. It was maybe a grant that they were offering him. And if he can't afford most schools, then that definitely limits what schools he can go to. But wait, why didn't he try to get a scholarship to a different good school? Now, I'm about to draw some assumptions from history and just come to some conclusions and go buck wild, which is my favorite thing to do on this channel. West Coast Tech seems to have been an Ivy League school. And a lot of Ivy League schools, in fact, most of them in the 1960s, had anti-Semitic quotas, which were literally a cap on how many Jewish people they allowed in as students. And Ford is Jewish, and so that adds a lot of layers here. It gives context to why the West Coast Tech people might have acted so goddamn annoyed at needing to come out to New Jersey to see this guy, and why they might have jumped ship so early as soon as it seemed broken for like 5 seconds.
I don't think you're West Coast Tech material.
But it also might be an explanation on top of the cost for why Ford couldn't just go to another excellent Ivy League school and instead defaulted to a school like Backupsmore. It's possible that the Ivy League schools wouldn't have let him in. Another detail is that we've seen Ford's grades, and we know he failed PE at least at some point. This might not have been the case at all of high school, but like, if he does fall PE, that probably dragged down his GPA. Wait, how old is GPA? When was GPA invented? God, I'm keeping this in. Enjoy this footage of me Googling. Oh, it's been around since the 1700s. Yeah, we're fine. Anyways, it probably dragged down his GPA. So maybe he didn't even qualify for a lot of scholarships that otherwise would have been available to him. All that being said, this is a cartoon, and one with a short runtime, so I think the simplest explanation is probably what serves us here the best. Ford needed to go to college. He couldn't get a scholarship to West Coast Tech, and Backupsmore was close by and what he and his family could afford. After all, FAFSA wasn't a thing until the 90s. So he's here, and he's all bitter and annoyed, and he's angrily looking at this family photo.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't.
It's Ford's emo era. They grow up so fast. Also, shout out to the dean's voice, or whoever this is.
All right, I know Backupsmore wasn't anyone's first choice.
It's literally just Alex Hirsch. It's the most Alex Hirsch that Alex Hirsch has ever sounded on this goddamn show. It's 2 a.m. and we need someone in the sound booth. We also love to see the Peace Now poster. Very hippie chic, very cute, very conducive with the timeline I made. And we might be tempted to say that this is inside of a library or something, but the wallpaper is actually the same as what we see later on in his dorm room. So it could be just like they both have the same wallpaper, or it could be the same room, because there's also bookshelves back there. So, up to you.
I went from undergrad to PhD 3 years ahead of schedule, wrote a thesis that was nationally ranked, and was awarded an enormous grant for my own scientific research.
Hey, Ford, did you ever revive the, actual masterpiece you made when you were 17? Did you ever just remake the perpetual motion machine? You should. Humanity needs one. But I do love this montage. Look at him. He's eating fast food at 2 a.m. with a cup of tea and then 3 cups of coffee because the tea wasn't cutting it. He's just like me, for real, for real. I also write unrealistically long and daunting to-do lists that just paralyze me. I do wish they kept the expression in the deleted scene of him with his little tongue sticking out. I love this. It's my profile picture in 3 different places. 10 out of 10 Ford face. There are a lot of great Ford expressions throughout the storyboards, by the way. It's just a gold mine. Not to mention, there's a lot of stuff that got cut out of the sequence at Backupsmore. During the orientation at Backupsmore, we see this scene behind the dean, who, by the way, has a completely different design. And the sign says, "Dreams. It's okay to be realistic about them." Honestly, I need that on my wall. Maybe that would have prevented me from claiming I'd have this video out by June 18th. Sorry. Also, the photo that Ford kind of glares at during orientation has some differences in the storyboard. Mainly that Stan had braces and that his mom has a completely different design. I have no idea who this woman is, but it is not Karen Fines. Also, while Stan's braces in this photo are very cute, a reason they might have vetoed them is because young Stan already had braces in Dreamscapers. Mom, how come Stan gets to have 2 sets of braces? Also, the crowd at Backupsmore, BM, was supposed to erupt in the school chant of "We're number 2, we're number 2, which would have been an amazing bit, honestly. It probably got cut for time. It's a shame. Certified banger bit. As for the episode itself, something neat about the moment that he gets his grant, his $100,000 grant to study whatever he wants, is that while he's shaking the hand of the guy who was there for orientation in the episode, probably the dean or whatever, he isn't even shaking the hand itself. He just sticks out his own fist and the guy shakes it. And I don't think this is an animation error because it's also in the storyboard. I think Ford is insecure and doesn't shake hands easily, especially when he's super young. Notably though, he does shake Mabel's hand in the beginning, which either implies that as he got older, or as he traveled through the multiverse becoming a badass, he got less self-conscious, or that he inherently trusts Mabel as a member of his family. Something else we notice in this montage, and throughout the episode really, is the way that they aged the Stan twins' faces. I love this thing they did with the jawlines of both Stan and Ford, where you slowly see it get more and more defined over the years to show that they're aging. 10 out of 10 character design choice. After he gets his grant, Ford is in his room and he's deciding what he's gonna study. He's ruminating his options under those steamy posters of Nikola Tesla and Carl Sagan, giving him bedroom eyes. Alex confirmed in a DVD commentary, and also it's implied in Journal 3, that Sagan is what confirmed Ford's love of turtlenecks. And he decides to use his whole grant on cryptozoology, which, follow your dreams, my guy. But I would maybe save the cryptozoology venture for like the second grant and maybe do something a bit more practical with the first. Maybe reinventing infinite energy? But hey, what do I know? I decided to be a middling, aging Gravity Falls YouTuber, so clearly I'm not the best at making career decisions. Follow your dreams.
My whole life I'd been teased for my 6 fingers, but that got me thinking about anomalies.
Ford's got this anomaly book with a cockatrice on it, and in it we see some interesting and familiar sights. First is this polycephaly page, which is a typo. I think it should be polycephaly. Anyways, it just means having 2 heads. We see a 2-headed duck and a 2-headed cat, and actually, there are a few famous cases of 2-headed kittens, though they usually don't quite look this cute or live very long. Feel free to look them up if you want. The next page is about alien crop circles, and they actually have some well-labeled figures going from figure 33 to 36, which only reminds me of the fact that in Journal 3, a lot of figures are actually mislabeled, just completely disconnected to the other images. You'll have a figure 6 with no 5 or 7, you'll have a figure B with no figure A, and so on. Though at times they do end up actually having a page or 2 with continuity. You know, the inconsistent lettering actually makes it more believable that pages are missing from this book by the time we get our hands on it. Which, you know, accidentally sets up the missing pages in the Book of Bill. The next page is on polymelia, a condition where animals grow more limbs than is typical. And look, it's Octavia, the 8-legged cow from that one Mabel scrapbook bit. Though, upon looking at this a bit closer, I realized Octavia has 9 limbs, not 8, which is pretty funny. And Ford's just like, yippee! He loves this cow. Look at it. It's interesting that so many pages of this book are related to having extra body parts. No wonder he's so hype about studying this stuff.
And according to my investigations, there was one place with a higher concentration of these things than anywhere else. A small lumber town in Roadkill County, Oregon. Gravity Falls.
There is a lot in this frame. Firstly, I wonder if this cow actually is supposed to be Octavia, which is why he circles Gravity Falls directly after reading about it. The similarity is uncanny, except for the marking on the face is a bit different. And I know cows only live to be 20 years old, but cows also don't have laser vision, so who knows how old Octavia is. Second of all, shout out to Dee and Morty, just vibing here on the side, which is fun. He probably played that with Fiddleford, we love to see it. Third of all, he draws over the pins in the wall with a Sharpie, and the pins are covered with the line animated for the Sharpie and they disappear. I'm telling you, between the cave and this, the man has Sharpie-based superpowers stored in that 6th finger. Fourth of all, we have these darts in the globe, like perhaps he was at one point just trying to find a random place to go now, and he has the resources to do so he can just kind of go anywhere. Interestingly, one of these darts appears to be in Colombia, which is, you know, a place that we know Stan visits at one point. And lastly, staring at this, I need to ask, what cryptids are on this map? There are a ton in the Pacific Northwest, so I wouldn't be shocked if half of those are Bigfoot sightings. It's big Bigfoot country out there, but we're obviously missing some cryptids in the rest of the country. There's no pin for the Loveland Frog Monster in Ohio. There's no pin for Mothman or the Flatwoods Monster in West Virginia. There's no Agerino in Colorado, no Grunch in New Orleans, no Michigan Dogman. Come on, Ford, this map is incomplete. What are you even spending this $100,000 on? You don't even know what you're talking about. So, I love this hard cut to the map in Stan's car. Just a very clever transition. Also, look at how dirty and grungy this piece of paper is. 10 out of 10. There's a meme somewhere around here that like this map looks like what it feels like to be a trans person in the US. I'll put it on screen. It's a good meme. But in the continental United States, the only states that Stan can enter are California, Oregon, Washington, Idaho, South Dakota, not North Dakota, notably. Something happened there. Minnesota, Utah. Thank God. They have so many MLMs in Utah, and that's probably how my boy is surviving. Michigan, Mississippi, New Mexico, the Virginias, West and Default, New Hampshire, but notably not Vermont or Maine or Massachusetts or basically any of the states on any side of it. Massachusetts. I know how to say Massachusetts. Delaware, Maryland. I'm unsure about Rhode Island since it's too small to really tell on this map, but how much crime can you really get into in Rhode Island? It's the same square footage as a New York apartment. Interestingly, New Jersey is not crossed out on this map, which is either a mistake or Stan just couldn't bring himself to do it. I don't know. Lastly, he seems to have just crossed out both Oklahoma and Kansas, which is kind of funny because it feels like he either did some kind of crime that spanned state lines or he committed a crime directly on the border, which I think is funnier. But I bring this up because the list of the states that he's banned from, a lot of them are states that he doesn't actually set foot in according to the line on the first map that we see. He doesn't enter Maine, New York, New Hampshire, Connecticut, basically anything in New England. He doesn't enter Georgia, and yet he's banned from there. He hasn't set foot in Arkansas, and he's banned from there. Oklahoma and Kansas, he didn't get banned from until now, even though he's already traveled through them by the time he gets to some of the other states that he's banned in, which means he's like doubling back through a couple of these. Not to mention, he has 2 stamps on his passport, one for Seattle and one for London, and both of those cities are in countries that only issue entry stamps and not exit stamps upon traveling to and from the countries. So it seems like he might have gone to London and then traveled back through Washington State at some point. So back in April of 2016, I did make a theory or like some kind of map outlining where he might have gone. Bear in mind, I was in college and I made this on a library computer because I didn't have one of my own. And it looks like this. Yes, I've always been like this. I don't know if it even aligns with the timeline that I made on this channel, and it also assumes he went through a lot of states only once, which, you know, is a lot of assuming, and it's assuming that he went to every state that he was banned from when it's possible that he just committed so many crimes near the border of North Dakota that he was able to assume that they'd heard of him, and he never so much as set foot in there. It also assumes that the stamps on the passport are real, and like, maybe. He's been to jail in 3 different countries. The UK could be one of them. And he does say in A Tale of Two Stands that he's been all over the world. And I think that implies more than just North, South, and Central America. And while I think it's likely that Stan got a fake passport so he could travel, it's just as possible that in this passport there's an obviously fake name and obviously fake stamps. So really, we don't know anything for sure as far as international travel goes, but at the very least, it seems that Stan is more well-traveled than the initial line that we see here, even if it doesn't completely match this mess of a map. You can pause to look at it if you really care. Speaking of complete messes, Stan is also a complete fucking mess here. We can tell it's closer to the 1980s in this image because he's got his mullet and his jaw is fully defined the way it is in his older years. God, I love this grimy old man. Amazing. 10 out of 10. I am not immune to propaganda. But also, let's take a look at this car. There's takeout everywhere. He's surrounded by boxes and paper-to-go cups, and he's wearing a button down and slacks with a suit jacket right next to him. This is notably not the same suit jacket that he wears as Mr. Mystery. That one is actually Ford's, given to him by their father, which we learn in Journal 3. We also see some standbacks in the back and a tie. I did up the brightness and lower the contrast a bunch to see what else is back there, and it looks like some general clutter, some more takeout boxes, what looks like a shoe, and with the toilet paper and toiletries, yeah, we can confirm that Stan seems to have been living in his Diablo for a while now. Now, Stan does not tell Dipper, Mabel, Ford, and Seuss that he's an unhoused person living in his car. He says that he's found a new business strategy.
Your old Uncle Stan was doing great. I'd come up with a sophisticated new business strategy. Come on. Owl. Owl. Football player with an omelet!
Also interesting is that this is probably the first time, aside from like, you know, the portal incident, that Ford has heard anything about Stan's life. And he even isn't learning the extent of it. Like, Stan is at no point describing being homeless, having no money, living in a car, etc. All he says is your grunkle Stan was doing great. At any rate, he looks up at this photo of Ford and him boxing, and like, I know the popular idea in the fandom is that Ford didn't really like boxing, hell, he was failing PE, like we said, and he says in the journal that in his youth he hated exercise, but it couldn't be all bad because he actually looks like he might be enjoying himself in this photo. I don't know. I like it more if Ford got something out of boxing, you know? I don't know, it makes him feel more well-rounded than just the typical smart kid who's not athletic, you know? So Stan steps out of the car and goes to a phone booth. The numbers make a triangle? Sick Gravity Falls reference. Okay, I need to talk about this. Remember how I mentioned the triangle in the wood planks and the eye in the window? I love all the triangle and eye imagery that's just showing up inexplicably in Ford's life. It's like Bill has been keeping an eye on him since he was a kid. Like he just always knew that this sucker was gonna get conned into making a portal. It feels really mysterious. It's just really cool. It has like this almost, I don't know, doomed by the narrative, doomed by the stars vibe. Like no matter what Ford had done, he was always going to end up in Bill's little clutches because from the very beginning, Bill had chosen him to be the guy he was going to, I don't know, prank. He was going to do this sick prank where he ruins his life.
You're watching Kerpranked with Justin Kerprank.
So something the fandom often wonders is how Stan might have gotten Ford's phone number. Now, there's always a possibility that he got it from his mom or Shermie or something like that. But then I usually remember that phone books were a thing. And if Ford had just gotten his name in a newspaper for writing a nationally ranked thesis and getting a 100K research grant or something like that, and maybe if he got quoted somewhere saying that he would start his research in Gravity Falls, then Stan would probably know where to look and in what phone book. I mean, how many Stanford Pines could there be in there? God, wait, people remember phone books, right? I didn't explain Billy Mays. I surely don't need to explain phone books, right? Google it. God, this video is so long. Remember when I thought these videos would only be 40 minutes long? And then we see Stan immediately hang up.
Hello, this is Stanford Pines.
And let me tell you, I have been Stan in this moment, and it's heartbreaking to see. There are approximately 8 quadrillion fanfictions written about this moment and what might have happened if Stan didn't hang up and instead had a conversation with Ford. And I don't think I've read a single one of those that I didn't like, but at the same time, like, I think this is the only outcome that makes sense. 'Cause what do you even say, you know? I don't think it could have gone any other way. At any rate, at this point in their backstory, Ford is driving to Gravity Falls. I love the nothing to see here, folks. Good bit. Ford bought the house from Northwest Realty, which is interesting. Gravity Falls seems to be one of those small towns where this one old money-ass rich family owns most of the town, and Ford bought some land and is set to building his house. We see in the background that it's actually Manly Dan who is building the house, though in the journal, they call him Boyish Dan. We get a closer look at his design in the storyboard here. Dan actually makes multiple appearances in Journal 3, which implies that he was at least, if not a friend, an acquaintance of Ford's. He does lend Ford his cabin so that Ford can clear his mind at some point. Interestingly, Dan does not appear to know Ford well enough to know that Stan is not Ford once Stan takes over his life. There are some interesting theories about that. One is that Dan does know fully that this is not the real Stanford Pines, and I've always found that interesting, but I don't know where to even take that, you know? The other theory is that Dan, like the rest of Gravity Falls' town people, has been subjected so much to the memory gun that his brain is kind of fried. Also, shout out to this shirt that Ford is wearing. Look at him. He's looking all determined, top buttons undone, like a slut. Once again, I am not immune to propaganda. In fact, in this case, I'm the propaganda's primary audience. Quick note, a lot of the fandom calls this his mustard yellow shirt. Even I've done that, but honestly, it's more gold. Ford has a lot of gold imagery around him throughout this series, which makes some fun foreshadowing for where we're getting. I find it similar to all the fire imagery we see around Stan, which also foreshadows what happens to Stan in Wyrmagedon. All that foreshadowing was also a reason that a lot of people thought that Stan would actually die in Wyrmagedon. Like, it was a very popular headcanon. And I know that the show goes dark sometimes, but like, they weren't gonna kill Stan. I don't think I ever really believed that. Speaking of gold, can we talk about this car? So during a recent stream, I made the unfortunate mistake of calling it green.
I'm guessing 1981, 1982, because this isn't his green car that was eaten by Steve. The car that he drove in on. Was I wrong? Am I wrong? Why do I remember his car being green? It was yellow? Oh my god. I can't believe I'm a fake Gravity Falls fan.
I thought at the time, oh man, is it not green? Is it really yellow? I must have forgotten or been mistaken or something. As if I could forget anything from this episode that I've seen 97 trillion times. But I just want to say, it looks green to me. And everyone and their mom said it was yellow or tan or gold or some other variation. And I just want to defend myself. Shit looks green, that's all. And maybe I'd call it an olive green if I saw it out in the wild. I'm not saying that it is green 100%. Go ahead and pull out a car wheel, pull out the Home Depot paint swatches to show me that it's a yellow. It's fine, it doesn't matter. But the car looks green. I'm not a fake fan. And yes, I did get it wrong because I am A, a fake fan, and B, I hate Gravity Falls. Anyways, its real color is poopy brown because it gets eaten by a tree monster, which we learn in a journal is named Steve, because he really acts like a Steve. Damn Steve, always eating my greenish, yellowish, goldish, tannish cars. Also, I think this is Steve in the promo picture, and I think that's neat. He also likely made that big old footprint in the intro. So when his car is eaten, Ford reacts like this, to good face, 10 out of 10 face. It's going into the face folder, and he begins to make a journal.
I began to keep a journal.
Huh.
I began to keep a journal.
I was very careful with this. Please don't cut myself, please don't cut myself, please don't cut myself, please. Because frankly, I don't have an extra finger like Ford does. I can't afford to lose one in an X-Acto knife accident. Also, I don't get enough views on this gosh darn channel to injure myself for profit. Anyways, I followed Ford's example, and this looks like shit. And I was terrified literally the entire time. I've made props out of literal glass for this channel. I have a prop that I've made for an upcoming video, partly made out of hot molten wax. And somehow, this is the most dangerous thing I've ever made for this channel? It was like a game of 5-finger fillet.
This was an insanely risky move.
Creating my journal.
Oh, I have all my fingers, the knife goes chop, chop, chop. Also, I didn't do it directly on my desk. I used a silicone cutting mat instead. I guess because I'm a fake fan. God, he even jams the X-Acto knife in the crevices of the closed fingers. Ugh. Ford, Habibi, what are you doing? What are you doing, man? Anyways, after some very relatable fangirling by Dipper.
The journals!
God, no wonder Ford thought this kid was a bit of a loser in Journal 3. Next, we see the beginnings of Ford's explorations of Gravity Falls. We see him finding the eye bats in the cave, the ones that possibly eventually become the eyes in the jar from the theme song, so that's fun. Though all of these eye bats also have gold eyes, so I could be mistaken about that. Also notable about the eye bats is that they're what Bill uses as minions during Wyrmagedon. There were other parts of this montage that were cut, also drawn by artist Sage Coutinho. In one of these storyboards, Stanford is noticed by this mermaid who seems to be into him. Honestly, same. You guys think this is the siren that Ford dated? At another point, he's taking home his groceries and he notices a little creature changing the light in the traffic lights. Though I will say, this creature in the traffic lights seems to have been referenced or repurposed in the art of a journal page, possibly a Journal 1 page, that we see in Lost Legends. Both of these scenes apparently were cut for time, which I can believe. Again, Chop chop. Next, we see the beginnings of Shifty getting discovered. So in the journal, we find out that this excavation is actually part of the process of digging out the bunker. Ford says that making the bunker was actually Fiddleford's idea, and that it was created to house any weird creatures that might come out of the portal once it was open. But of course, while digging, Ford finds the shapeshifter, who he calls Shifty. And yeah, I'm sure this turns out fine for all involved. But it is interesting that we're being shown something from after the portal was already started. Granted, the showrunners were not writing Journal 3 at this point, so the exact sequence of events while Ford was in Gravity Falls wasn't really set in stone, but it's still really interesting to see. Fun fact, in a code in Dipper and Mabel vs. the Future, it's implied that the shapeshifter, or maybe an earlier ancestor of the shapeshifter, whatever might have laid the egg that Ford finds, may have come from the UFO, so that's cool. Speaking of the UFO, next we see Ford writing about the gap in the cliffside, the one obviously made by a UFO, which he labels as not naturally occurring, with occurring being spelled wrong. Spelling Stanford. And then he... Wait a second. What journal is that? So that's Journal 3. This page right here, is not in the physical copy of Journal 3. I feel bad saying this because I just had an interview with Rob Renzetti where he talked about how he painstakingly went through every episode to find every instance of a page in Journal 3 so that it can be translated into an actual page. Rob, you missed one. I'm so sorry.
Being someone I immensely respect
won't save you from my bullying.
Anyways, the code on this page says, "My compass goes haywire the closer I get to them. Does this mean what I think it does? The answer may be underground." Again, very interesting given the order of events established in Journal 3 say that by the time Ford starts that book, he already knows about the UFO, and it's already in a previous journal entry. Then it cuts to Shmebulock in what seems to be the electron carpet room going by the window fixture here. Oh, I'm sorry, not Shmebulock.
Shmebulock Senior.
Good bit. You know, this was before we knew the Shmebulock lore that we get in Lost Legends, namely that he's been cursed by a dark warlock to only speak his own name. But there was a theory at the time that Ford actually tortured Shmebulock, and that's why he only says his own name. Like, Ford apparently, according to this theory, did fucked up evil experiments on him. Now, the logic here is faulty, because this is not Shmebulock, this is Shmebulock Senior, a completely different gnome from the Shmebulock that we saw in the series, or at least in the beginning of the series. Unless Ford did evil, fucked up science experiments on that whole goddamn family. But also, what experiment is Ford supposedly doing here? What useless science is this? What does society have to gain from a gnome saying its own name again and again? Scientists were too focused on whether or not they can. They didn't think about whether or not they should. And now, this gnome is kind of fucked up. So yeah, consider that 2015 Tumblr theory debunked. The Shmebulock lore is actually pretty interesting. This is probably the father of Shmebulock, the gnome that we see in episode 1, Tourist Trapped, with Shmebulock, of course, also being the gnome that narrates Lost Legends. But Ford writes in Journal 3 that, quote, "Every gnome generation has a town idiot, or Shmebulock." And if this is true, which it might not be, not all of Ford's research is 100% accurate. But if it is accurate, then Shmebulock Senior and Shmebulock might not even be blood related. Unless Village Idiot to the Gnomes is a family business. But we can be fairly certain that he's not the same Shmebulock because he, Shmeb Sr., has passed away by the time we get to the last Mabelcorn, as R.I.P. Shmebulock Sr. is seen having been carved into a tree. Unless that's referring to another Shmebulock Sr. How many Shmebulocks do you have in this place?
He's
Shmebulock.
He's
Shmebulock.
Yours.
Shmebulock.
I'm
Shmebulock. But the Shmebulock that we see Ford interviewing in the 1980s left a code on Ford's chalkboard, which Ford transcribed into blacklight in Journal 3. "Bounteous is our world, but cruel is the master of it, who condemned me to say but only my name. Perhaps my isolation is my gift." We do learn from this code that Shmebulock Senior is probably under a similar curse that Shmebulock is under, cast by the Dark Warlock. And if the Shmebulocks are related, which again, they might not be, is that curse passed down through family line? After all, Shmebulock, our Shmebulock, Shmebulock Jr. if you will, says in Gravity Falls Lost Legends that his curse was cast eons ago, so I can believe that it predates him if, hypothetically, it was cast on an ancestor of his. But also, Shmebulock Sr. describes his curse as being cast on him not by a warlock, but by the master of this world? So, like, God, I guess? Again, we know that Shmebulock and Shmebulock Sr. are two different gnomes because one of them is dead. So, like, are these different curses? Did a warlock cast a curse on one Shmebulock, but God himself cast one on another? Are God and the warlock one and the same? Is the warlock who cursed Shmebulock Jesus? So there's the Shmebulock Sr. lore. Maybe. Also, he's apparently only 10 inches tall. Wow, it's weird that the gnomes are labeled here as being creature number 24. Earlier in the episode, the Ibats were number 86. We don't really see that creature numbering system in the physical copy of Journal 3 that much, just in the show's version of Journal 3. And that's pretty interesting. I wonder why they dropped... Wait a second! Shmebulock is 3 feet tall, at least according to the book, from the website, from the code, from the key, from the comic book. But also it says he fits into lunchboxes, so maybe this is a typo? But also, according to this, his name isn't even Shmebulock. It's Shmebulus Q. Lock the Third. The third? Does that mean he's the third Shmebulises? Or does this mean that he's the third chosen village Shmebulock? Or does it mean both? Is this a completely different third Shmebulock? Completely separate from the Shmeb that we see in Tourist Trapped and the Shmeb that we see in A Tale of Two Stands?
Are there any other
Shmebulocks
I should know about?
Meow.
Is he that Shmebulock's son? And does this make Shmebulock Sr. the first or the second? And which one is dead? Are both Shmeb the First and Shmeb the Second dead? Gnomes, or at least Shmebulock, can live for thousands of years, so was Shmebulock Sr. near the end of his life when Ford measured him? Also, who's fucking all the Shmebulocks so there's 3 generations of him? Stop fucking Shmebulock. He's too powerful, and the lore is convoluted enough. Also, Shmebulock might not even be a name. It's an acronym, at least according to the code on the page from the book, from the website, from the code, from the key, from the comic book. According to this code, the true meaning of Shmebulock is such horrors men endure, blind universe laughing. Only cure? Kindness. And fine, sure, kindness. You say that, but also Shmebulock is canonically a capitalist. So how kind can he be?
I love Shmebulock.
I love capitalism.
You want to know the worst part? This isn't even all of it. I still gotta comb through that video game for more details. I have more gnome lore on retainer. I might need to make a video on the gnomes. Do you see what you do to me, Alex Hirsch? You drive me to drink. But after all this, we get the where did it all come from panoramic shot. And oh my god, this might be my favorite image in the whole show. This background painting, I think it's by Ian Worrell, is so gorgeous. I want this printed out and put on my wall. It's such a feast for the eyes, so let's dissect it one thing at a time. We have a literal dinosaur egg incubating. Remember, Jurassic Park came out while Ford was in the multiverse, so he does not know what could happen here. Then we have what I believe to be one of the cursed doors. This one, I guess, going directly to Hyrule, going by the Triforce on it. Ford mentions in Journal 3 that one briefly appeared in his basement, so maybe this is that door? A note on cursed doors, also found in Journal 3, is that Ford says it's likely that the locals know which doors to avoid and which ones are safe, but considering we know at this point that many of the townspeople had their minds blasted by the memory gun, I am currently wondering how many people inadvertently walked into cursed doors and got eaten. Next, we have an Ibat pinned to the back wall. Interestingly, we learn in a book of Bill that Ford has a moth collecting hobby, and that might actually be a callback to this pinned Ibat. This jar with an eye in it is specifically similar to one that we see in the thisisnotawebsite.com main interface. When you click on it, you get a note by Bill describing the underwater Atlantis portal that he seemingly attempted to get the dolphins to make. That jar is next to another jar containing what looks like a wet specimen of an alligator or some other reptile. And we have one of those pyramids that Ford was probably using to worship Bill with at this point. After all, he'd probably already met his muse by then, if I'm reading the events of Journal 3 correctly. We have a computer console, we have what I believe to be the truth teeth, we have the amulet that he buries with Journal 2, which Gideon eventually finds. We also see some topographical maps back here, notable because we have some maps like this in Journal 3, and we know that Ford has trekked the mountains around Gravity Falls. That's how he found the cave with the warning about Bill. We have some crystals, which may be shrink crystals, but who knows, they could just be some normal gems. Maybe Ford believes in the healing power of a good shiny rock. But what would you expect from a Gemini Sun Libra Moon? There's a good Cyclops skull over here. This house is full of fucked up skulls. The more you look for them, the more you see them. We have a little hand in a jar, which might be one of the Hand Witch's hand, but we can't really tell. It's kind of small though. Maybe a gnome hand? Shmebulock Sr. Oh no! There's an axolotl in a tank in a far side over here. Probably the same one that ends up living in the shack. Possibly connected to the cosmic axolotl in the deep lore of the Choose Your Own Adventure book, which really is a nonsense sentence that makes literally no sense to someone with a normal relationship to this stupid cartoon. I love it here. Something about this axolotl that we learn after the Book of Bill was released is that Fiddleford is the one who gave this axolotl to Ford. In the page from the password on the website from the book, Ford writes that Fiddleford is the one who brought the axolotl to the lab, telling Ford that the axolotl's frills actually reminded him of Ford's sideburns, which is the cutest thing I've ever heard. Ford names the axolotl Frillium, and in this code that we see next to the tank on this page, it says Chunky Boy. And boy is he! And he dots the I in friend with a little heart? Now obviously, if you're keeping track of the timeline, that means that this panoramic shot here takes place well after the portal started, because he wouldn't have the axolotl if Fiddleford didn't give it to him. To which I would say, stop keeping track of the timeline. God knows Alex isn't. I admit, the man has broken me. Maybe the real timeline was the friends we made along the way. We see a photo of what looks to be some jackalopes and some kind of sea monster, and these should be familiar to you, because we see both of these images in the theme song intro, implying that many of these photographs were taken by Ford himself. When did Ford take a photo of Alex Hirsch? I wonder if this is the siren that Ford dated. I kind of like this one better than the mermaid. Good for him. Honestly, Ford, I see why you're not together anymore. He's out of your league, buddy. I mean, look at him. Hubba hubba. There's also a picture of Nessie, but it also could be a photo of the Gobblewonker. It's hard to tell. We have a photo of a UFO and a photo of the UFO-shaped crater in the cliffs. That's pretty cool. And we have an image of what might at a glance appear to be a Bigfoot footprint, but is actually a footprint left by Steve. You can see the tiny trees for scale. We have a Bowser shell, I guess? And then we have some kind of freaky taxidermy for a creature that I'm not sure we actually meet, which is a delight because I love the vibe that there are infinitely more creatures in Gravity Falls beyond what we see in the show and the journal. Then there's one of the gnomes in the cage. He's stuck in a cage and he's doing just fine. We have some actual science equipment like this camera and this microscope. We also have a collection of mushrooms and a subsequent photo of a mushroom.
Having gay friends is all fun and games, so they need to take a picture of a mushroom.
Oh, it's a bunch though. It's a family, Megan.
And next to that, we have Ford's Pride merch triangle that we actually see in the Electron Carpet Room in Carpet Diem. We have a broken cage, which might be the cage that the shapeshifter breaks out of in Journal 3, but we can't really know. And also, I would imagine that the scene we're watching right now is actually referenced in a page in Journal 3 with all of the question marks on it, and that's a page that takes place before he meets Shifty, but who's to say? Then we have this Civil War era lantern that Ford talks about using in Journal 3, and a crate of rocks. Not sure about that one. The last thing is this canister here, and this is kind of funny. People thought that this was a Steven Universe reference, referencing all of the diamonds. It's not. It's just a hazard label, so that's funny. The Tumblr fans for Steven Universe, Gravity Falls, and Over the Garden Wall were very interconnected back in the day. Somebody should make a video on that. Anyways, Ford realizes that the key to solving where the weirdness is coming from might be to build a portal into another dimension. Honestly, between Ford omitting Bill's betrayal from this story and Stan not mentioning being homeless, it is interesting what version of events the kids are hearing from both Grunkles versus what we, the audience, know upon rewatching it. And that's kind of great, and it makes for a very layered experience, especially upon rewatch. And after knocking a bunch of books to the floor, he starts drawing the portal schematics. But he realizes that he's going to need some help, and so he calls his college buddy, a brilliant mechanic named Fiddleford McGucket. Yeehaw. There's something interesting, and I have a half-baked theory about the fact that there were two geniuses going to Backupsmore. Fiddleford is obviously brilliant, Ford is obviously brilliant. What were they doing at this backup school together? It's almost so much of a coincidence that they both ended up in the same place, you know? Not to mention, in college, Ford made this, fucked up mind control tie that the government took. I have, this half-baked theory that Backupsmore was some kind of X-Men school for the gifted. I don't know. Anyways, Fiddleford is originally from Tennessee, but when Ford reaches out, he's living in Palo Alto, California. Something really interesting about Fiddleford's house is that it's actually based on Steve Jobs' childhood home in Los Altos, which is 15 minutes away from Palo Alto. This is the house where Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak actually invented the first Apple I computer in the 70s, literally in that garage right there. And guys, it's definitely not a coincidence that these houses look alike. Look at the shape of the windows. Look at the placement of everything. The chimneys are in the same place. This is the same bush. Anyways, Fiddleford is also in the garage, minding his own business, when he gets a call from Certified Menace to Society Stanford Pines, calling to stop Fiddleford from
wasting his talent trying to make personal computers in some garage in Palo Alto,
and come help him with his bullshit project. And yeah, that's funny. You cost this family potential millions. In the forefront, we see the laptop that Seuss and Dipper eventually find in the bunker, one which we now know opens to the password Stanford, which is interesting. Some spare details in Fiddleford's garage. We have a couple cups of coffee thrown around, but notably not as much as what we've seen Ford go through in college. We have some onion pizza. In the corner, we see a CRT TV with broadcast antenna in the back, so he could watch his soap operas while he works, I assume. This first PC that we see has some ribbon cables coming out of it. Near the forefront, we see a record player on top of what might be some cassette decks, or maybe an old stereo system. Maybe it could also be a VCR. We see a dot matrix printer in the back, a magnetic tape storage device, and I think the things in the case next to it are probably the cassettes for that. Next to what might be, I don't know, a tiny CRT? Some part of a speaker system? Maybe it's a computer, one of those tiny ones without the keyboard. If Fiddleford wanted to scale down a computer to a portable capacity, then these guys are probably where he'd start. We have what is either just a normal jug of water or some moonshine, or maybe it's the Disney S&P approved water. You know, the kind of water that Ford takes a swig of when he's convinced his whole family is gonna die in Weird-Mageddon. And we have, of course, his banjo, and his second banjo. No, that's my emotional support banjo. We have what looks to me to be 2 fire extinguishers, and of course, the Ponder Alternatively Strawberry poster, parodying the Think Different Apple poster that ran as Apple's slogan from the 90s to the 2000s.
Hello, Fiddleford Computer Majigs? You say you're trying to build a transuniversal polydimensional metavortex? Well, that's mathematically feasible, I reckon.
And with a spit in a spittoon, By the way, Journal 3 confirmed that Fiddleford chewed tobacco. Fiddleford heads up to Oregon to help Ford out. A note on Fiddleford's voice here is that it really is just Alex Hirsch with a slight yeehaw twinge. It's literally about as southern as you can expect from a guy who grew up in California and has maybe seen, like, a Western once. And I'm not digging at him, I'm not dragging him through the mud, because Alex Hirsch actually feels the exact same way.
Because McGucket's speaking voice is basically just my voice with a sort of slight, kind of crummy southern accent.
I believe in the commentary they mentioned that they wanted to get Jack McBrayer on, the guy from Wander Over Yonder, to voice Fiddleford.
I wanted to get Jack McBrayer for young McGucket, but somehow it wasn't in the cards. It might have been difficult to get those pieces to fit together.
We learned a few things in the journal about Fiddleford in relation to this episode. Notably, we learned that at this point in time, Fiddleford had a wife and a new son. Look at old baby Tate, isn't he precious? And he agrees to, quote, temporarily leave them behind in California to help Ford out. Another thing Fiddleford talks about, at least according to the journal, is having a lot of financial insecurity and wanting to make a decent living for his family. And I know that on this page he's referring more to growing up in a poor household in Tennessee, but I will say, look at this fucking house. Fiddleford, you're not doing too shabby right now. Rich-ass white boy in Palo Alto, California, complaining about screen doors. You have topiary, Fiddleford. You'll be okay. But ultimately, Fiddleford is not okay. Stanford Pines plucks him out of what might have been a future as a big tech capitalist and drops him in the middle of Roadkill County, Oregon, where many long nights were spent perfecting the machine. In this instance here, where they short-circuited the whole town, it's actually brought up in the journal, so that's pretty cool. Hey, it's future Mayor Tyler Cutepicker and his mom. Get out, get out, get out! And it looks like she has a similar, but not exactly the same, verbal catchphrase. And soon we get to the first test of the portal. Now the context that we get in Journal 3 about this night is that literally the night before at Greasy's Diner, Fiddleford asked Ford, like, listen man, don't go through with it. I did the math. I did it twice. I did it 4 times, and something's not right here. And he begs Ford not to go through with the tests, saying there have been design flaws, and it could have disastrous consequences, and like, look man, just make your perpetual motion machine, man, you'll be a billionaire. Just publish anything you've discovered, you'll be fine. And Ford, who for weeks has been being warned by Bill that Fiddleford might not be trusted with the project, is furious, and he tells Fiddleford, no, we're doing the test tomorrow, be there or be squared, and he leaves the diner. He has a bit of a moment where he's worried about being, quote, the forgotten Tesla to Fiddleford's Edison. Like, he thinks that Fiddleford's just gonna swoop in and steal this from him. His worry about Fiddleford betraying him also makes sense, considering the last time he trusted another human being so completely, he ended up being very hurt by that person. It's getting a little bit paranoid, but it also really rings true, like, especially if he has Bill, like, whispering in his ear, telling him not to trust Fiddleford. I absolutely love this scene so much. I mean, don't get me wrong, I want him to stop and pull his head out of his ass and listen, but, you know, he doesn't. This night, according to the ring that Ford received from the Hand Witch in Journal 3, a ring that she said would turn black when he, quote, can't turn back, was the point of no return. When Ford really seals his fate of needing to live, according to the Hand Witch's prophecy, 2 lives, both too short. Honestly, this kills me, because it's such a good description of what Ford went through. At the end of the day, his life has been split into 2 30-year chunks by the portal incident, and he's an old man now, and he's lost so much, and I just feel a lot of things about Stanford Pines, okay? I might be a bit desensitized to some of the emotionality of it. Interestingly, McGucket does come back the next day, and he does go through with the portal test, and it does all go to shit. So at least he gets to say, I told you so. I do love them having like an actual crash test dummy, but not having more than like some caution tape on the floor to show what not to cross. Yeah, I'm sure you don't need a fence or anything. Good budget allocation, boys. You're doing great. While we're here, let's talk about the portal a bit. In the journal, Ford says that, quote, "The portal, when completed, will open a gateway to infinite new worlds and herald a new era in mankind's understanding of the universe. Plus, it'll probably get girls to start talking to me finally. I don't know, man, you seem to be doing just fine on your own." The symbols around the inner ring represent the Bohemian fixed stars, which are a selection of 15 stars considered useful for magical applications in medieval and Arabic astrology. Ugh, of course the portal runs on astrology. What else would you expect from Crystal Boy over here? So the dummy gets sucked in, but it looks like the rope is still wrapped around McGucket's wrist, so he gets pulled through. Ford just happens to pull McGucket back through because the rope happens to wrap around McGucket's foot. It's literally like they were 1 second away from Tate not having a father.
This was an insanely risky move, starting the portal.
Also insane. Is the basement ceiling made out of wood? I don't know why I'm surprised, but I always pictured it in my head as being completely surrounded by concrete or rock. But yeah, that's a wood ceiling. It's probably from the secondary basement study that we see in the last Mabel corn. I don't know why that's so weird to me, but it is. Anyways, Fiddleford falls to the floor, and when we see him here, he doesn't have his glasses, which really does add to the disheveled look. I actually love the idea that he lost his glasses in the portal, but it does look like they came through with him. I'm just gonna call that an animation error and move on with it and say that he lost them in the portal, because I do like that he doesn't have them on him.
What is it? Is it working? What did you see?
So when Fiddleford falls to the floor, Ford jumps up, but he doesn't ask Fiddleford if he's okay, instead asking if the portal is working and what it was that Fiddleford even saw. In the journal page after this moment, he even calls the fact that Fiddleford saw the other side a gift, and chastises him for not describing it, for being, quote, weak-willed, and for throwing that gift away. And while Ford obviously regrets the way he treated Fiddleford here, I mean, we see that in the series and in the journal, this behavior from Ford is, at the best, tunnel-visioned on his goals and ambition, but at the worst, inconsiderate to his friend who has just endured a trauma. I have a lot more to say about this moment, but I intend to dive deeper in an upcoming video. Interestingly, in the storyboard of this episode, when Ford asks him what he saw, Fiddleford responds, "A crawling hand, a head with no face," before speaking backwards. And I do want to know what this could have been in reference to, but it was cut either because they wanted to keep what he saw more vague, or more likely because we only have 30 minutes chop chop. In the journal we find out what he actually saw was Bill Cipher without his exoskeleton on. In the episode itself, Fiddleford only responds to Ford with backwards gibberish. Now what he says backwards is actually Ru Zerksvi Gersmatov, which he has said before in Society of the Blind Eye. And that is a vocalization of the code for Bill Cipher Triangle. It's very interesting that he says this in Society of the Blind Eye, because it means locked away in his head, no matter how much he's tried to erase it with the memory gun after all these years, and how much he ruined his life trying to do so, he still has the image of Bill Cipher naked, causing brain rot in there. Which also describes me after my Bill Cipher fan art video. But this also implies that just the image of Bill Cipher with no exoskeleton on seemingly burned the information of what Bill Cipher's name is into Fiddleford's memory in this weird encoded way, because how else did he know Bill's name, or at least have the information Yuru Zerksvi Gersmatov in his brain? Now, in the journal, Ford is operating on the assumption that Fiddleford has no idea who Bill is or what his deal is, but it's very possible that that might not be true. I get the feeling that Ford might not have been all that subtle. So maybe Fiddleford knows Bill's name because Bill just told him when Ford had, left the building. Post Book of Bill Hunter here. You'll be seeing a lot of me from this point on out. So this is not a website.com includes a note from Fiddleford where he very specifically says that he's never met Bill Cipher before, or as he calls him, Triangle Danny. Which is a shame because honestly, I think they're missing out on some really cool story potential here. Come on, Hirsch, say psych. Just make it so that they've met and Fiddleford forgot. This series retcons shit all the time, especially since the Book of Bill, and Fiddleford has a magical make-a-retcon machine. Time has no meaning. Ford is drawn with his old man hair in this book. This was my favorite headcanon, come on, man! But then, in the storyboards, and I hate that this was cut for time because this is such a good exchange, we have this. I saw things no man ought. You'll bring about the end of the world with this.
Listen, you just have dimensional travel sickness.
You're the one with the sickness. And just look at this. Look at how hurt he is. Especially with Ford's baggage of being weird and strange. Ugh, this storyboard is killing me. They should have let this in. I can't think of what they should have cut to let this in. Like, there isn't really any time. There's not a single second of this episode that's wasted. It's all exposition, and so much needs to be conveyed in montages and background details, and even some admittedly, at times, clunky dialogue.
Good thing you've got your smarts, Poindexter. I've got the other thing, punching!
Hell, a bunch of it is in micro-expressions that I've spent 20 minutes examining at a time. So I don't know what should have been cut, but oh my god, they should have kept it in. It would have given this scene a lot of weight that it could have used.
You're not making any sense!
This machine is dangerous.
I think they attempted to keep the energy of this line with this little moment of Fiddleford kind of shrinking away from Ford touching him. Think about how Fiddleford must feel in this moment. He's acting like a wounded animal. But also, think about how Ford must feel about this. Remember Kathy Crenshaw? Ford has very specific baggage related to people reacting to his touch.
You'll bring about the end of the world with this. Destroy it before it destroys us all!
I can't destroy this. It's my life's work.
I fear we've unleashed a grave danger on the world. One I'd just as soon forget. I quit!
This is Ford's oldest friend. Really his only trustworthy companion left after Stan. And this companion is walking away because Ford won't trust him, won't believe him, won't listen to him, even though Ford is barreling towards an apocalypse that he doesn't even see coming. This is probably a moment that's incredibly painful for both men involved, but because we're on such a time limit, like, chop chop, we don't have time to ruminate on their broken friendship, or for the audience or Ford to really feel McGucket's departure. I mean, we get more time for it in Journal 3, they do a good job of giving a lot of these moments more time to breathe in Journal 3, but there's no time for it to breathe here, and I feel like it could have really benefited from it. I really should say, post Book of Bill note here, we really cannot understate how close of friends Fiddleford and Ford were. Look at the fact that Fiddleford, after making several prototypes, hand-knit Ford a pair of six-fingered gloves. Also, Fiddleford didn't just give Ford the axolotl because its frills reminded him of Ford's sideburns. He got it for him specifically so that he wouldn't be lonely when Fiddleford went away. I have a partner who, like, whenever I talk about Fid author is like, I don't really get it, Hannah. You know, Fiddleford's like a devout Christian and he's happily married with a kid. Like, I don't think this is really gonna work out. And I told him about him giving him the axolotl, and my partner looked me dead in the eyes and said, "That's the gayest shit I've ever heard." And he was right. Alex could have written about these two 69ing at the gay pride parade while Chaperone's Good Luck Babe played in the background, and it wouldn't have been this gay. But even if it's not gay, it's at least a very deep friendship. So yeah, I would have loved to see more on this friendship dissolving. It's one of the most interesting parts, in my opinion, of all of A Tale of Two Stands. But it feels like with that 30-minute time constraint, chop chop, they only had just enough wiggle room to tie up all of the loose ends that they needed to set up the Society of the Blind Eye. Something else we don't really get to think about is that McGucket, who by all metrics we have is a good man, a good person, is so unable to handle this. So out of his depths, in the throes of this substance abuse, the substance in question being the memory gun, that he walks away and willfully forgets about it. Even when he knows that the world could end because of it.
I decided to quit the project, but I lie awake at night, haunted by the thoughts of what I've done. I believe I have invented a machine that can permanently erase these memories from my mind.
And I think there's some amount of moral complexity there that I really don't see talked about a lot. Fiddleford literally knows that this machine could end the world, but he's so unable to handle it that he just leaves, which ultimately would let that happen. It would let the machine cause the apocalypse. Like, frankly, I think if someone is going to kill everybody in the world, every man, woman, and child on Earth, yeah, I'm personally knocking him out with a lead pipe and turning the machine off. Let's go. This is a trolley problem, and I am a train. Choo-choo, I am sorry, Ford. Alex Hirsch touches on this a bit in the DVD commentary, surprising enough.
You know, if Ford's weakness is pride, McGucket's weakness is weakness. You know, McGucket's weakness is he's got a kind heart.
Yeah.
And he can't bring himself to, he can't stop people, he can't destroy things.
I mean, he should have basically knocked Ford out and destroyed the, tied him up.
Beat Ford with a wrench and taken this thing apart piece by piece. He's the one who understood how to build it.
Interestingly, Alex goes on to say that McGucket is the type of person to, quote, be suckered in by a cult leader.
I think he's kind of a follower, and I think he's the kind of person who could get suckered in by a cult leader. You know, he's the kind of person looking for instruction.
Buddy, he is a cult leader. The thing is that McGucket is so tragic and so complex. He's done things that were right, and he's done things that were very, very, very wrong, but he's so relatable. Someone should make a video about him. The scene is still great, though. I love the little eye squint at just one eye, and look at those big old traumatized eyes. You probably already know this, but fear the beast with just one eye is the same phrase that we see in the cave warnings that can be spotted in the last Mabel corn, when Ford, of course, reads an incantation aloud to summon Bill Cipher. So Fiddleford leaves the project saying it's something he'd, quote, just as soon forget, and then he walks away, probably to go be a rich and famous big tech CEO. He's fine. He lived happily ever after. Ford's telling this story right now, and Dipper and Mabel are listening to him, and Ford's like, yeah, McGucket. You know, he left after this. I wonder what happened to him. And Dipper and Mabel are all like,
Old man McGucket, spitting in a bucket.
But immediately after the portal test, and saying this very interesting line,
I don't need you! I don't need anyone!
Ford starts hearing whispers. Doesn't that line, by the way, like, I don't need you, I don't need anyone, doesn't that just stab you in the gut here?
I don't need you, I don't need anyone!
These men are so misguided and so convinced they have no one out there that has their back. And when they feel betrayed, they don't get sad, they just get indignant and angry. So when Ford hears the whispers...
What? Who said that? I was in over my head and feared I was losing my sanity.
He says that he needs someone he can trust. And then there's a cut to Stanco, a name you can trust. Stan is here in the shittiest motel room I've ever seen in the middle of buttfuck nowhere, New Mexico. Oh, sorry, it's not buttfuck nowhere, it's Dead End Flats, New Mexico. Apologies. Shout out to the nondescript bloodstains on the wall behind him.
Just give me a few more days, Rico. I'll pay your goons back, I swear.
We should point out here that Stan is not doing great. He's hiding out in a shitty motel, and the scene opens with him disassociating on the bed in a wife beater. Look, guys, this is rock bottom if I've ever seen it. You're not in a good place in your life if you're sleeping with a baseball bat under your pillow. Rico, if you remember, is Stan's former Colombian cellmate from Dreamscapers.
Jorge, Rico, you're the two best Colombian prison friends a fella could make. Espero que muera. See.
Anyways, this turns out to be a postcard, and specifically the postcard from the end of the theme song. You know, it is cool that so many elements from the theme song are getting callbacks in this episode. It really makes it feel like one of those, like, very important episodes, you know what I mean? Now, you might be wondering how Ford got Stan's address, and there are a million theories out there. A lot of people think that he might have gotten it from Karen, who maybe encouraged her boys to stay in touch or something, and, like, maybe. That's definitely a possibility. It could also be the Yellow Pages again. Seriously, If Stan listed this shitty motel room as the headquarter address for the Stan Vac or the Sham Total or any number of his business ventures, then Ford might have seen it on TV or read about it in the national stories about a nameless grifter menacing society to the continental US, and Ford might find an address listed in the phone book there. And I know it's a motel address, but I can also see Stan making some back alley deal with a motel owner to rent out their room on a long-term basis. Or this could be an extended stay motel, I don't know. In the Book of Bill, we confirmed that Ford has seen Stan's infomercials. And it looks like when he does do these infomercials, phone numbers show up with area codes, not just 1-800 numbers. So it's very plausible that Ford could have just found the phone number, looked at the area code, and tracked down the business address that way. Regardless of how the postcard got here, the only important thing is what it says. Please come. And so Stan does, likely driving from New Mexico to Oregon, a 19 to 20 hour drive. When Stan shows up in his grimy mullet outfit, look at this man. I am not immune to propaganda. You know, we really don't get a lot of glimpses of Gravity Falls in the snow throughout the series. There is that flashback of the time traveler's pig, which is fun, and we kind of get a glance of it in Mabel's scrapbook in one of the shorts, but I'm glad that they went with this scenery. It's nice to see something different. But also, look at how different it is. The windows are boarded, there's barbed wire everywhere. Ford does not seem to be doing great. At the door, Stan, before knocking, says that he hasn't seen his brother in over 10 years. So in my timeline, I estimate it to be closer to 13 years, but who knows? It could be anywhere between 10 and 15, honestly. The thing that kills me here is that I've been in Stan's shoes, and it's excruciating. There's so much riding on this moment for him. He feels like he is this close to getting his family back. God, look at how hopeful he is right here.
It's okay. He's family. He won't bite.
He's like psyching himself up to actually open the door. Like, he's not gonna bite. It's gonna be fine. Everything's great forever. And then the second he knocks.
Who is it? Have you come to steal my eyes?
Okay, let's talk about it. Ford looks like shit. His hair's a mess. He has bags under his eyes for days. He's actually wielding a crossbow at his brother's face. He's been better. I think when Ford is saying this, saying, have you come to steal my eyes? It's possible he might be expecting the Society of the Blind Eye to be here, because they have a habit of harassing him while in their cult robes and saying it is unseen. Hey, guess what? In a post-Book of Bill world, we know that the reason why Ford was so scared of someone stealing his eyes was because Bill specifically told him that he would send someone to steal his eyes. A threat that, by the way, was probably not empty, because earlier on in the book, Bill specifically says that he has a friend that does this. The Eye Stealer. It's his thing. I'm not gonna get too into the weeds of what Bill specifically puts Ford through in the days before Stan shows up, because even though it's really relevant to the conversation at hand and very relevant to Ford's mindset at this point in time in the episode, I think that those details are better suited for another video that I'm making and putting out soon. I would like to avoid doubling up on the information I give y'all too much if I can. What I will say is, whenever I refer to Ford getting mystery bruises, or it being implied that Bill tortured him, or that it's implied that Bill specifically preyed on his insecurities on purpose, or that it's implied that Bill was likely putting him through hell so that Bill could access the portal, I'll just say, since the Book of Bill, it's no longer implied. We know some of the things that caused the mystery bruises, and it's not pretty. Bill did torture Ford in very physical and very emotional ways. He bloodied him, and he toyed with him, and Bill was not going to stop torturing him until Ford activated the portal. What I once inferred from A Tale of Two Stands in Journal 3 about Ford's mindset in this episode and about the torment that Bill put him through, I now know to be what he actually went through. So just bear that in mind for the rest of this video, and know that I'll dive deeper into it in a future one. And then the brothers are at an impasse at the front door of the Mystery Shack, and it cuts to a commercial break. What the hell even is taurine? Woo! It is almost noon. I started working on this at 2 a.m. So, during the commercial break, I want to use this minute to talk about the sponsor of this video, my Etsy. I have an Etsy. Here are some of the items I sell. Do you like this sticker? How about this one? How about this one? Ooh, pronoun pins. Ooh, a button. We have bath bombs. We have pins. We have keychains.
Buy more keychains!
I say we because a lot of these items were actually designed by my friends, and they get a cut of basically everything sold on the store. For the most part, I make and pack everything myself, so, you know, if I'm your favorite YouTuber, you can have something that I've touched, but also you can have a cool pronoun pin or something like that. The things that are most high in demand on my store are these items that say, Mothman ate my entire ass at a Denny's. Apparently, he's been doing it with just about everyone. If you've had sex with Mothman outside of a Denny's, I definitely recommend you get yourself checked. A part of me does feel a little bit slimy, like, you know, using this platform to advertise my store. But also, you guys love Grunkle Scam. I just called him Grunkle Scam. You guys love Grunkle Stan, and he's constantly scamming people for money. And if you don't want any items, but you would like to support me on Patreon, I have a Patreon. It has some exclusive content. I also give behind-the-scenes looks at my scripts, at my videos, and once a month, we have monthly Zoom calls, so you can just kind of chat with me. Anyways, back to the video. So we jump back in where we were. Stan is at Ford's door in the bitter cold with a crossbow aimed at his face. We see this squirrel on the roof, which is actually a reference to this squirrel from the Deep End. So that's pretty funny. Good bit. We've got these barrels of government waste. This is, of course, similar to the government waste that Stan is seen stealing and not what he seems. In Journal 3, Ford says about stealing government waste that he was able to raid a government waste dump nearby with ample materials. And quote, frankly, it's worrisome that these barrels will be buried so close to town. I'm doing a public service by removing them. I love him. Once again, a menace to society. No, officer, I wasn't shoplifting. I was clearing off these shelves so that they have more room to place their wonderful goods. Anyways, Ford asks Stan if anyone has followed him, and Stan is like,
hello to you too, pal.
Like, he's probably thinking, what a dumb question. Obviously not. We're in the middle of a place called Roadkill County, Oregon. Who would follow me here? But then Ford does this.
Hey, what is this?
He, like, impulsively grabs Stan, pushes him against the door, and just, like, checks his eyeballs with a flashlight. And this is the thing. This is what kills me. In 2015, when this moment happened, when this aired, we, like, had so little information about what Ford had gone through in the month since Fiddleford left. You'll remember Journal 3 was not released yet, but in this 5-second moment of Ford grabbing Stan, aggressively, angrily even checking his eyes, it just, like, becomes so clear if you're one of those diehard fans that have been watching this show religiously. Bill is watching is scratched into the pipes of the house. The triangle window is boarded up, and at this point, we've seen what Bill is capable of. We've seen what it looks like when he possesses someone. We know that he's capable of tormenting people. So we don't know how he tormented Ford, but we do know that whatever it is, Ford's been through hell, and it's related to Bill. People put this together in seconds. I remember gasping out loud when I saw this. I was absolutely shocked. I was like, oh, because I felt everything come into place. It was amazing. I just spilled Monster Energy all over my shirt. We're doing great. Unless Monster Energy would like to sponsor me. I'll take the deal. I'll do it. Stan is like, what is this? What are you doing? And you see in like 4 expressions, Ford kind of recalibrates. He steps back, he apologizes, but he doesn't really explain because How can he explain? He already looks like he's on cocaine. He's making it worse. He knows how this all looks. And he doesn't know who he can trust, and he's scared out of his mind. I'm going to go over a bunch of the tiny details that we see in this room and just kind of get that out of the way so we can get back to focusing on the old man angst, the real meat and potatoes of this episode. So immediately in the doorway, we see a lab coat that Ford notably does not really wear that much. I can't really think of any time that we see him wear it in the series, though maybe I'm just not thinking of everything. Even in the portal test, he was wearing his trench coat. Wow, fake science fan. Honestly, the only place I recall seeing Ford in a lab coat was in that poster by Sage Catuno that I like. So perhaps it was part of his design at one point, and that's why it's in this scene. I feel like I should point out the goggles and fire extinguisher, two things that I'm honestly surprised that Stanford all keep this infinity-sided die in a cheap plastic case and shave with fire pines even has in his house. But maybe they're by the entrance so he could throw them at potential intruders, because God knows I can't see him using them for their intended purpose. We see a 6-fingered glove sticking out of the pocket of the lab coat. I don't think this is the exact same one that Stan uses, but we do know that Ford had trouble getting 6-fingered gloves. He mentions it offhandedly in the journal. We also have not 1, not 2, but 3 deadbolts and a no trespassing sign above where the freaking crossbow is. We can also see that the boarded up job on the door is honestly not that great. Maybe Ford wasn't really thinking it through when he attempted to board up the door. Maybe he's just a city boy and has no idea how to do anything. What is this piece of wood even doing? It's more decoration than anything. This tiny diamond window isn't even boarded up, and you'd think that that's what you'd want boarded up because people can see inside through that. The triangle window in the attic is one of the only ones that is boarded up, so that's neat. And then they walk by this dodo bird specimen, that's pretty cool, into what becomes the living room. There are, again, a million tiny details here. We have the safe that Stan uncovers in Little Dipper, along with the location of the button he was trying to find for a trap door.
Which one of these is the trap door?
We have the T-Rex skull that eventually becomes a table. The T-Rex skull is now hooked up to a bunch of electrodes, which at first I took to mean that he's reading its brainwaves. I'm not a scientist, Ford, but I think it's dead. But electrodes have a ton of purposes, many of which still don't make sense when applied here, so who knows what they're getting at. Also, underneath the T-Rex skull, we see what I think might be a few of its bones, excavated and then just thrown underneath in this random cart. I'm sure they're not antiques or anything. We have a screen that's just a pyramid. Very good. Very science. This is what pornography looks like in Bill's dimension. I realize that porn joke has a lot more weight to it now that we know that it's the desktop background to the computer on the interface of thisisnotawebsite.com.com. But you know what? I stand by it. Also, the pyramid console is what's reading the T-Rex electrodes. The readings are off the charts. You can fit so much pyramid in this bad boy. We have that jar of eyes and the hand and everything, and of course, the banner for the Royal Order of the Holy Mackerel. We see a similar banner hanging in a mystery shack in present day. Likely both of them come from their father. We don't know much about the Royal Order of the Holy Mackerel, but we do know that, according to Stan's DVD commentary,
he had this, Masonic lodge that he was a part of, the Loyal Order of the Holy Mackerel, something like that. It's just a bunch of old guys who worshipped like a fish in a tank, and they did a bunch of weird rituals, something about brotherhood.
So, did they have something to do with the axolotl? It's very unclear. Speaking of the fish in the tank, we see the axolotl tank, but it appears to be empty right now, which is interesting. It could just be resting in one of the holes and crevices, or maybe the animators just forgot to draw him. But if people think the axolotl is the axolotl, the cosmic axolotl, the one that's acting as an opposite force to Bill Cipher, it could be that he's left Ford at his lowest point. And that's not very second pair of footprints in the sand of you, axolotl, come on. So we find out on the Frillium page from thisisnotawebsite.com.com that there is a reason why Frillium is not in this tank. Apparently, Bill took one look at Frillium and threatened to leave Ford for Stephen Hawking if Ford didn't get rid of him. Yes, really. He reacted with what Ford described as revulsion. And you know, I can believe it. Can you imagine inviting your boyfriend or your friend or whatever over to your house and they take one look at your dog and threaten to leave you if you don't get rid of your dog? And also the dog is God? And also you get rid of it? Ford, baby girl, get out! This is maybe not the most evil thing that Bill Cipher has ever done, but it is like the bitchiest, right? Ford releases Frillium to the hot springs near the lab, and Frillium apparently looks back at Ford with an expression of sympathy. So then the question I had is, well, what happened to Frillium? Because we do see what I think might be Frillium in the first episode of the series, which means like either Stan or Seuss or someone found him and took him in and put him in the tank. Something interesting though is that when you watch this full scene in Tourist Trapped, Frillium just like appears. Look, he isn't in the tank at the start, and then by the end, he just is. It could just be inconsistent animation. Or it could be early foreshadowing that this axolotl is supernatural. Having seen this show before, I'm going to personally lean towards the first option, but I'm open to the second one. Over here we have another switchboard. In the foreground here we have a chemical shower, though it could just be some spare pipes. Hooked up to the axolotl tank we have what looks like the most overcomplicated tank filter and oxygen pump I've ever seen. Only the best for your baby boy, I guess. Then we have some runes on the table. And no, this does not seem to match the new rune system that we get in the Book of Bill in any way that I could detect. If it does match it, someone smarter than me and with more spare time will need to put that together. I do know that someone figured out that, like, retroactively, the runes in the theme song can now spell out, hey dip. So if there is any way to derive meaning from the runes on the table, someone else will find it. But looking at Anglo-Saxon runes, it looks like this spells out M, T, H, and S. Next we have some crystals, which makes sense. Ford could really use some calming energy about now. I would personally bet that these aren't the height-altering crystals that we see in Little Dipper, since those tend to look more blue in the series, but that could just be a rendering decision. They seem to be glowing, which would normally convince me that these can't be the shrink crystals, but at one point in the series we see the one that Dipper harvesting appear to glow as well, so maybe they glow sometimes? Also, perhaps this crystal isn't glowing, it's just reflecting light from the science thing in the corner that I've been avoiding describing, because I have no idea what that is. I don't know, man. It sure is ugly. Back to the men. So Stan is like,
"You're acting like mom after a 10th cup of coffee."
And considering what we know about Ford not being able to sleep without fear of Bill possessing him, at least according to Journal 3, yeah, that makes sense. He probably is on his 10th cup of coffee right now. Another thing here is that Ford doesn't seem to have heating. Like, look at the way he's, like, clinging his coat closed. Maybe the gas is just turned off. He did say in Journal 3 that there was a chance that the power bill from the portal would bankrupt him. It's also possible that he just hasn't been able to bear leaving his house to actually drop off the check for the gas bill in the mailbox. Do I need to explain paying bills by mail? How young are you people? And Ford says,
"Listen, there isn't much time. I've made huge mistakes, and I don't know who I can trust anymore."
And then he turns the skeleton head away, and I'd ask why, but we saw the electrodes hooked up to the T-Rex. This man isn't doing great. And Stan at this point is probably thinking either that Ford is on drugs, or wrapped up with the mob, or something, because what can possibly have his brother this scared? But he's here for him, and he tells Ford this, and I just want you to look at Ford's face here. Look at it.
Hey, easy there. Let's talk this through, okay?
Stan puts a hand on his shoulder, and it looks like Ford is thinking about it. Like, he's actually wondering, can he trust Stan? Should he trust Stan? I know we're doing a lot of frame-by-frame micro-expression reading, but I mean, this is what I mean when I say this episode is so dense. Because it is. Look at this. This is how we get our characterization scraps. We have 30 minutes. Chop, chop. So Ford agrees to show him the portal.
I have something to show you. Something you won't believe.
Look, I've been around the world, okay? Whatever it is, I'll understand. There is nothing about this I understand.
Good bit. Ford explains his whole deal. What the portal is, why it's so dangerous, and then he explains what he needs Stan's help with.
It's a trans-universal gateway. A punched hole through a weak spot in our dimension. I created it to unlock the mysteries of the universe. But it could just as easily be harnessed for terrible destruction. That's why I shut it down and hid my journals which explain how to operate it. There's only one journal left, and you are the only person I can trust to take it.
Before the heartbreak sets in, before this fight begins, I just want to ask, did Bill bite this thing? What happened here?
Something to ask of you. Remember our plans to sail around the world on a boat? Take this book, get on a boat, and sail as far away as you can, to the edge of the earth. Bury it where no one can find it.
Ford. Why would you phrase it like this? Ford? Baby girl? I know, you're stressed out, and you're sleep deprived, and you're neurodivergent. I have no idea what that must be like. But listen, Ford, Habibi, no. Jesus Christ, look at Stan's face here. Top 10 anime... Oh, 1 second. Top 10 anime betrayals. Number 3. Honestly, Ford, you could have punched him in the nuts and he would have taken it better. The fandom would have taken it a lot better too, trust me. And Stan, of course, is livid because he's like, that's it? You finally want to see me after 10 years and it's to tell me to get as far away from you as possible? Because to Stan, he has everything emotionally riding on this reunion. He has hit rock bottom in his life. He has mobsters knocking on his door for money and he needs to sleep with a baseball bat. And he doesn't want to admit it. But when he was 17 and he said, I don't need you, I don't need anyone, he was wrong. And he sees this postcard as a lifeline because to Stan, he needs to reconnect. And he took 20 hours to drive from New Mexico to the middle of buttfuck nowhere, Oregon, because he thought his brother actually wanted him back in his life. But to Ford, he doesn't have the luxury to even consider making this about reconnecting. In the journal, he describes how every night he has to stay awake because if Bill possesses him, he wakes up in new places and he gets mystery bruises, and there's the constant risk that Bill could turn on the portal and destroy humanity. So much is at stake that he isn't able to make this about reconnection. He isn't able to make this about a family reunion. He needs to save the world, completely oblivious to the interpersonal stakes that for Stan are so high. And then we have this exchange. This one right here.
Stanley, you don't understand what I'm up against, what I've been through.
No, you don't understand what I've been through.
And no, they don't, do they? Stan has no way of knowing about Bill, or the paranoia, or the possession, because Ford doesn't know how to talk about it, and even if he did know how, there's no guarantee that he would, because Ford's a proud man. And while I have issues with the idea that ego is the only driving factor behind every bad decision he makes, what we've seen from Ford, and what we've seen from Stan, is that these men are prideful, and honestly, if I thought that I had doomed the world because I was stupid enough to go all white guy in a scary movie and read the ancient incantation in the cave out loud, I probably wouldn't want to admit it either. Ford is grappling with so much shame here, and on top of that, he's grappling with the urgency of the situation at hand. But then there's Stan, and he explains his perspective to Ford by saying this.
I've been to prison in 3 different countries. I once had to chew my way out of the trunk of a car. You think you've got problems? I've got a mullet, Stanford!
I'll talk about this more in a later video, but in the journal, Ford says, before sending for Stan, that Stan has mob connections, and he knows how to keep things hidden. He calls him a thief and a charlatan and a liar, and he knows that Stan's a criminal, but we don't really see any indication that Ford knows the full truth. That Stan is homeless, that Stan is struggling, and that Stan is living in his goddamn car. And yes, in saying this line here,
I once had to chew my way out of the trunk of a car.
Maybe that should make Ford pause. Maybe he should take a second. But I could also see Ford, who for the last month has been wrestling with the idea that he may have doomed all of humanity, that he needs to force himself awake to prevent Bill Cipher from literally possessing his body, to hear about a mullet and think to himself, I might be responsible for the death of billions, Stanley. And you're upset about a mullet? The mullet isn't even that bad, Stanley. Every other trans guy I know has one. Get a grip. There is no way for conducive listening to happen here in this environment. There is no room for one another's problems when the stakes are so high for both of them. One of them having incredibly high interpersonal stakes, and the other one having stakes of the cosmic proportions that neither of them are telling the other about. And then Stan follows it up with this.
Meanwhile, where have you been? Living it up in your fancy house in the woods. Selfishly hoarding your college money because you only care about yourself.
First of all, again, I'm not a scientist, but I don't think it works that way. I can't see Ford's college grant money being used for anything but science and a lab and this project. Hell, Ford after this is literally destitute. The gas isn't on. He has no heat. But I think Stan, who was literally thrown out for costing the family millions, he sees what Ford is able to do with this money. He sees that Ford has a place to live. He sees that Ford is able to spend it on his own hopes and dreams and not need to give it to his family. And maybe a part of Stan is like, you were allowed to serve yourself in a way that I never was. But also, just like how Ford wasn't really listening to Stan, wasn't even really hearing what Stan was saying about what he's been through, because Ford's busy unpacking his own horrible, dangerous circumstances. I don't think that Stan in this position is able to hear what Ford's going through either. I'm saying this as someone who has been very poor, who has been homeless, who has been on the struggle bus for a while. Sometimes, okay, I love my friends. I think they're incredible people and I love them with my entire heart and soul. But sometimes they'll talk about their problems and I'll just have to go, look, I'm not the right person to give you advice about this because I cannot fathom a world where those problems are something someone has the luxury to care about. Like, who cares if you don't have covered parking, Greg? You have a car and a house and food. You're doing fine. And you know, Stan is homeless and probably being terrorized by the Colombian cartel, and Ford drags Stan to buttfuck nowhere, Oregon, and tells him there's a magic hunk of metal in the basement that can travel within dimensions and to bury some random book somewhere. And Stan's here listening to this nonsense like, bro, I don't know what you're going on about, but I don't care. I'm just trying to meet my bottom layer of Haslow's hierarchy of needs. So he calls Ford selfish, and Ford, someone in the throes of a Stephen King novel of eldritch horrors, someone who has had words rearranged in his brain and has woken up with bruises that didn't used to be there and has no control of his life right now, and who is terrified that he could be responsible for the deaths of every man, woman, and child on this earth. From his perspective, he's asking Stan for one thing, and Stan is saying no, and the conversation is oil and water. Nothing is crossing the barrier. Nothing is permeating through the resentment and the frustration. And then Ford pulls out the trauma that's been festering for 13 years.
I'm selfish? I'm selfish, Stanley? How can you say that after costing me my dream school? I'm giving you a chance to do the first worthwhile thing in your life and you won't even listen.
The first worthwhile thing in his life? The first worthwhile thing in his life. And maybe Ford's sleep deprived and not thinking straight. After all, he did open the first social exchange with his brother with this.
Have you come to steal my eyes?
But even so, man, sometimes some thoughts are inside thoughts, you know? You don't gotta say it. God. And then Stan takes out a lighter and he's like, you know what? Fine. What if I just burn it? And Ford, with what looks like the most scared expression he could have possibly had on, is begging him, no, don't do it. And he says, no, you don't understand. Of course Stan doesn't understand, Ford. You haven't told him. You haven't told him that your plan is to send him away and then for you to go trekking through the mountain in the ice and the snow to try to find a way to stop Bill. Perhaps to find a way that you can use the portal without ending the freaking universe. You haven't told him that for the most part, you've isolated yourself in a shack in the woods for 6 goddamn years because you feel more kinship with freaking sea monsters and Bigfoot than you've ever felt with anyone ever since you were 17 and you stopped trusting people because your brother broke your science fair project. And you haven't told him that even if that book gets burned, even if that's probably ultimately the safest thing that you can do with it, and even if, and you don't know this yet, but even if these books will be burned in the actual finale of this show anyways, you haven't told him that if your research gets destroyed, then you've gone through this hell for nothing. You'll have gone through all of this in the name of securing yourself a legacy that you think you need because that's the only way you can find your own self-worth after a childhood of being bullied and tormented by everyone around you for being different. You will have gone through all that and will have nothing to show for it. You haven't told him. And so they fight. And I'm just gonna let it play.
You said you wanted me to have it, so I'll do what I want with it.
My research!
You left me behind, you jerk! It was supposed to be us forever! You ruined my life!
You ruined your own life! Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Are you all right? Ow!
Some brother you turned out to be. You care more about your dumb mysteries than your family? Well, then you can have them! Whoa, whoa, hey, what's going on?
Stanley! Stanley, help me!
Oh no, what do I do?
Stanley! Stanley! Do something! Stanley!
I said it's a frame-by-frame analysis, so let's go. I have more to say about these men and more to say about that argument, but I'm saving that for another video because... So the first thing I'm gonna point out is that this fight is really well choreographed. We're crying at the gig, but yes, the choreography is good. They have a good sense of where everyone is going at any given point. Like, even from this immediate trip right here, everything is telegraphed. It's well animated. It feels like a real struggle between two emotionally constipated men who just need to talk to each other. Oh my god, I hate this. After Ford trips, he immediately gets up and just barrels into Stanley, and you could actually see Stan's expression just as Ford is rushing him, like, oh shit, and then they wrestle for the book. And then Stan, of course, says,
You left me behind, you jerk! It was supposed to be us forever! You ruined my life!
And even if I don't think necessarily that Ford had much say in whether or not Philbrick would kick Stan out, I do think that Stan really feels this, and this comes from a true place. Ford closed the curtains. It was never about being kicked out by their dad. You know, that wasn't what hurt Stanley the most. It was the fact that Ford turned his back on him. And then Ford says, angry and resentful and carrying his own wounds from the past, you know, lifetime.
You ruined your own life!
And he kicks him into what I can probably call a console heatsink. I'm not really sure. The Bernie thing on the side. People have tried to parse out what the symbols in Stan's tattoo mean, but ultimately it looks closest to an anchor, which, you know, has symbolic weight to it. No pun intended. God, Ford, why do you even have that there? Remember that Bill Cipher AMA? Someone asked Bill what Stan's tattoo meant, and Bill responded, Stan's tattoo means watch your step. Ha ha. Regarding that tattoo, there was a video that was put up by the YouTuber, the Royal Order of the Holy Mackerel, a video that has since been taken down, and I think the entire channel's been taken down. I can't really find this person anywhere. But I did find a re-upload, which I'll link down below. But the video goes into all the alchemical symbols that could be used to make this icon, especially since it seems to resemble an alchemical equation or a sigil. But to my knowledge, I don't think we ever figured out if the tattoo symbol has any, like, intended special meaning. And if we did figure it out, I don't think we ever figured out why it's on the side of the console over here. Alex does point out that it's kind of weird in the DVD commentary, though.
You know, in retrospect, the idea that the symbol is on the side of that panel versus connected to something else, I'm like, that's a little weird that something that hot would just be there. if I could make an adjustment, I'd probably stick it on a different part of a machine.
For Ford's credit, he immediately stops fighting. He immediately pauses and apologizes and asks Stan if he's all right, because he obviously, for all of the fighting that's going on in this, does not want to actually hurt his brother.
Stanley! Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Are you all right?
And he says this to Stan, but I mean, when you've just been branded on your shoulder, yeah, you're not hearing things. And Stan just punches him. Frankly, very valid. Probably the most valid punch we've seen thrown this episode, given the circumstances. And Stan pushes the journal into Ford, accuses him of caring more about his mysteries than his family, and ultimately, albeit accidentally, shoves Ford into the portal. And now it's Stan's turn to feel instant regret. Stan rushes forward past the safety line, actually. A line that disappears from most frames after this, but, like, it's fine. The portal is only claiming one Pines man tonight. Ford's last words to Stanley are him asking Stanley for help.
Stanley! Stanley, help me! Do something! Stanley!
And it's very possible that Ford was just panicking and he didn't know what to say and he just kind of screamed. But Stan definitely would not forget that for 30 years. You know, warnings, schmornings, Ford. You asked him to do something. This must have been so petrifying for Ford. I mean, all he knows is that Bill, the demon that he's been evading, the demon that's been tormenting him, that he's been hiding from, that literally made his assistant go insane, is on the other side of this portal. This sucks, man. This fucking sucks. Bill's just on the other side, waiting. Ford's glasses fall to the floor, the same glasses that we see Stan holding in Carpet Diem, of course, and Stan slams against the portal, calling for his brother. Ugh, you can see his greasy mullet hair all up in the burn. God, no wonder it's scarred like that. It probably got all infected and nasty. Ugh. He says,
Stanford, come back! I didn't mean it! I just got it back! I can't lose him again!
And God, look at this expression here. The machine settles down, and then Stan runs over to the portal shift in time for this animation error to kick in. So Stan goes to the journal quickly, frantically, and sees that it continues in Journal 2, which, of course, he does not have. You can actually see on the opposite page of this one page a code that I cared way too much about for multiple years that possibly means nothing. I'll throw a link to my old theories on this code in the description if you people want to have a go at it. Go wild, you animals. Godspeed, I hope you solve it if it means anything. Stan realizes that he needs the rest of the books to get his brother back. Oh man, yeah, that ceiling is definitely wood. I don't know why that trips me out every time, but it really does. You gotta remember that Stan came into this night with, like, these expectations that he was going to, like, reconnect with his family. He was gonna have his brother, his only friend, back in his life after so long. And it just went to shit, man.
Stan has been waiting for years to have a reunion with his brother. He's always felt like a screw up. He thought Stan once again had an idea of how he thought things were going to go. He thought that his brother was saying, I need your help for the first time. He was going to go up there. They were going to have some drinks. They were going to catch up. And instead he ended up shoving his brother into another dimension and running out of food and money.
Okay, so Stan goes to bed. We have a bunch of details over here. We have all these decanters back here with 180 proof S&P approved water, my favorite. We have the calendar, which is actually turned to a different page than the calendar that we see in Carpet Diem, which means that Stan likely stayed there for a few months before sealing it off behind the bookcase or whatever. We have the electron carpet on the floor here, and God, can you imagine if the fight happened here? That would be so much funner. I wish that was what happened. There's like funny music as they keep switching places, and Ford would be all like, why am I hungry and smelly and feel like shit? And Stan would be like, why am I half blind in my right eye? And what are all these mystery bruises? And maybe that's what they need here, you know? Maybe that's what would have brought them together. A little bit of perspective. God, Stan isn't even using the blanket when he lays down here. He's using his grimy little mullet jacket. It's like he doesn't want to touch the blanket because he just feels bad about occupying space in Ford's house right now. I don't even think he bandaged off that burn in his back, by the way, because we see it unbandaged in the next sequence. God, he's laying on his back. You're killing me here, Stan. It's gonna get all gnarly. When Stan is trying to fix the portal in the flashback, he has these books, Theoretical Physics Made Stupid and Code Breaking in the Lab. I don't know if these books belong to Ford or if they were books that Stan bought, but he says he only went to town after weeks of trying to get the portal running, so I guess Ford had these somewhere. It is heartbreaking to imagine Stan, someone who already carries baggage about feeling like, quote, the stupid twin, and someone who wasn't able to finish high school, feel worse and worse about himself as he desperately tries to untangle the mysteries of the portal, a device that even Ford, a PhD recipient, needed help from a mechanical engineer and an interdimensional alien demon to put together.
I tried for weeks to turn that dumb machine back on. It was hopeless. Finally, I ran out of food. I had no choice but to go into town.
So Stan goes to the Dusk to Dawn convenience store, the same store from the episode The Inconveniencing, the one with the ghosts. Interestingly, you can see a little patch sewn on his jacket where the burn mark is. And you know, this shouldn't really be surprising. We've seen Stan sew together taxidermy. He probably learned it because he always had to mend his clothes. He didn't have a lot of sets of clothes in that car of his. So right now, when Stan is in here in the 1980s, we can see that Ma and Pa Duskerton are alive as the owners. They're, of course, the ghosts in The Inconveniencing. But Ma and Pa died because the teenagers that they hated were always dancing and playing that newfangled rap music, and it killed them. And those dancers are actually seen outside of the store. You know, I talk about this at the end of my timeline video, but these three, Jeffy Fresh, Byron, and Rosie, they shouldn't be here. The last newspaper delivered to the Dusk to Dawn was in the 90s, according to The Inconveniencing. And this takes place probably in 1983 at the latest. The same teenagers would not be here, and they wouldn't still be teenagers. But you know what? I can forgive it. It's a good callback. It doesn't need to make sense. We're still crying in this chilly tonight from the portal scene. And Stan goes in and he's just trying to get a loaf of bread. And honestly, the fact that he isn't just stealing it, it's a little bit out of character. He's doing like this walk of shame when he knows he has no money. He tries to pay for it. He rummages in his pockets and he only gets a packet of sugar, a peso, and a paperclip. This man really spent all of his money on the gas that it took to drive from New Mexico to Gravity Falls, didn't he? Poor guy. So Ma and Pa are like, oh, is that all you'll have, stranger? And then Lazy Susan, here going by her dead name, Susan, is like,
hey, that's no stranger. That must be the mysterious science guy that lives in the woods.
You know, Ford and Fiddleford did eat at Greasy's Diner just a month ago or so, according to Journal 3, so maybe that's where she remembers his face from. She's like, oh no, I've seen him before. He's that scientist. He's eaten at Greasy Diner before. He had an argument with this one twink while he was there. Behind them, we see a few familiar faces. We see the tattoo guy, Tats. We see Sheriff Bluff, though at this time it seems that he's just a trainee at the Dusk to Dawn. We see Robbie's dad, we see Toby Determined, we see Chandra Jimenez here wearing this very future job appropriate t-shirt, and of course we see Pizza Guy, who has apparently had exactly one character trait his entire life.
I've heard strange stories about that old shack.
Gosh, I'd pay anything to see what kind of shenanigans you get up to in there.
Oh, me too! Do you ever give tours?
You know, with the added info that we get in the Book of Bill, this moment with everyone in the town having a piqued interest in Ford is really funny. We find out in the book that Bill, as a punishment to Ford for not activating the portal, takes his body on a joyride, purposefully hurting him, making him eat spiders, giving him an embarrassing tattoo. That's not the funny part. It's really fucked up. But what I'm thinking about is that, like, this is a small town and word probably travels fast. Yeah, they probably are interested in this mysterious stranger from the woods. Oh, him? Is that weird scientist? Yeah, last week he punched a cop, ate all the fabric softener sheets at Walmart, and fucked my mom. What's his deal? And everyone, like, corners Stan. Like, it makes sense in the context of the show, but ultimately they're going, hey, you're a weirdo. Show us the inside of your house. We'll give you money. And look at Stan. He does not want this heat. He does not want this attention. He just wants to buy his bread and be out of there. He even starts, like, almost turning down the money.
No, really,
Until he remembers, he needs to eat. I wonder if the reason that he almost says no here is more because he doesn't want to call attention to, the house with the interdimensional portal in the basement, or if it's because he doesn't want to desecrate Ford's memory, because he actually has this, like, real shame that he might have accidentally killed his brother. Considering we find out in a bit that he calls it the murder hut, probably the former, but you never know. And he agrees. He says he gives tours.
10? No. $15 a person.
And now this is the second time in this episode that we see someone's eyes dilate like a cat's. Honestly, it's the third, but I don't really think we can count number 2. But look at him. You see that, baby? That's the bottom of Maslow's hierarchy of needs being met. They ask Stan his name, and then he does it. He lies.
Oh, what did you say your name was, you man of mystery?
Oh, Stanford Pines.
So there are a number of reasons why Stan probably does this. It could just be impulse. He doesn't want to get chummy with these people. He just wants to get his brother back and bounce out, completely just unaware of the fact that it's going to take him 30 years to do that. But also, like, a little bit after this, Stan kills Stanley Pines. He fakes his death. He makes sure people know that Stanley Pines is dead. In the DVD box set, there's a deleted scene where one of the mobsters, the ones that was apparently after Stan, reads the newspaper that says that Stan Pines has been killed in a crash and says, well, at least someone got him. Meaning, the mobsters were trying to kill him, and it's very likely that they eventually would. Obviously, the portal incident is bad. Do not push your twin brother into the space between dimensions. It's a bad time for everybody. But it is very neat that it allowed Stan the opportunity to slip into another life, to live in peace without every cartel from Colombia on his trail. And it's not one-sided either. If Ford never slipped through the interdimensional portal, he never would have met the Oracle, which means he never would have gotten the metal plate installed in his head. And that metal plate is what allowed Ford to stop worrying about the possibility of Bill going into his brain. Also, if Ford never went through the portal, he would have been stuck in those sleepless nights, in that paranoid hell where he had no control over his body. That's a terrifying way to live. The symbiotic relationship that these men have with the worst disaster of their life will never fail to intrigue me. But then, that's it. He takes them all back to his shack in the woods and shows them some science bullshit. Okay, detail here. What do we have here? We have a scuba suit in the corner. I think we see this in Dreamscapers as well in Stan's mind. Is this what Ford wore to his dates with the siren? Who knows? Then we have what appears to be at a glance an Olmec head, some Nordic runes, a Fiji mermaid in the back, next to an office chair. Did Bill bite the office chair? What's happening there? We see some crystals again in this glove box. This guy can't get enough of these things. God, Ford, the healing power of quartz did nothing for you when you were being sucked out of this dimension. We have another jar of eyes, this one with an 811 stamped across it. How many of those things do you need, Ford? And of course, we see the door that will eventually become the door to the vending machine in the gift shop. And speaking of the gift shop, basically everything we see here, and even a few things we've seen in some past frames of this episode, end up in the gift shop as weirdness window dressing. When Stan takes out the nerdy science box,
Behold, the nerdy science box.
You can see that one of the Bill rugs is curled up in the background. Ford got all manner of things when he was worshipping Bill Cipher because he thought that Bill Cipher was his muse. And then Stan does this to Susan.
Ah! My eye!
I can assure you that is in no way permanent.
Cementing her as Lazy Susan for the rest of time.
I paid $15 for this?
1 second, let me check something. You paid $15 for this? That's almost $50 just to go into some guy's house. Come on, people. So we have this moment where everyone is hounding Stan like, what the fuck? You brought us to your house and it's not the most interesting thing ever. We want a refund. And Stan needs to placate the masses. And so he thinks quickly and he grabs a skeleton and he grabs a Hawaiian shirt? Why does Ford own this shirt? Is it Fiddleford's? Is this also for dates with the siren? But Stan quickly figures out what he's good at. Selling people entertainment.
You're lucky you weren't part of the last tour group. They never made it out alive. Right?
It doesn't need to be real. It just needs to be fun. Like, if you've gone to Confusion Hill, which is one of the locations that Gravity Falls is based off of, they have this little, like, mascot cryptid there, the Chippelope, which is obviously a little BS thing. Like, it's not real, but it's so fun. I love the Chippelope. I'm a big Chippelope fan. We stand the Chippelope in this house. But it's kind of the same principle of, yeah, we don't need people to believe that the Chippelope is real. We're selling them fun. You know, not science.
I almost cut this out because the network was really desperate to cut time out of the episode, but seeing Stan figure out what he's good at felt important to me.
Yeah.
Like, he's never been good at anything in his life, and he makes a stupid hokey joke, and it suddenly turns into a profit. I felt like without that, I was missing something in understanding why he would do this.
So Stan wins them over, and he comes up with a plan. He opens up a tourist trap to help pay, as he says, his brother's mortgage.
Couldn't leave my brother's house until I figured out how to save him, but I needed to pay his mortgage somehow.
A couple of things here. We see him making this fun, wacky taxidermy. That's great. The concept that Stan is the more creative of the two makes me really happy. We see this sign here saying no cops allowed. Same, Stan. I love that Blubs is here, enjoying his last days of being allowed while the Dusk to Dawn is still running before he pivots to police officer. How effective is that sign? Do cops see the no cop sign and then just like snap their fingers like Stan said swipe or no swiping 3 times? Like, oh man. Also, look at Stan's expression here. This is a man who is doing his goddamn best.
And so the murder hut was born, later renamed the Mystery Shack.
Good bit. According to the DVD commentary, the song that they were going to have in the backdrop during this entire montage is the song Our House.
In the scratch track for this episode, the original music cue was the 80s song Our House in the Middle of Our Street. But we couldn't get the rights to it.
Here's 5 seconds of what that sounds like. Unless the YouTube gods tell me I'm not able to play it, in which case, you'll get silence. So we get to see the montage of the shack and of Stan through the years. With the shack, you not only see fixtures like the totem pole and stuff covering up the more science-y aspects of Ford's lab, but you have parts of the shack getting overgrown and dented and cracked because 30 years have literally gone by. You actually get to see these trees in the forefront get taller with the passing decades. And then we get a million details in Stan's room. Oh my god.
The old me was dead, and I faked a car crash to prove it.
So, like, we have this graph here. It's very, I know that as a businessman, I should have a graph, but I'm not sure what of. I guess my hopes and dreams. Stan is keeping the news clippings of himself, possibly just to keep track of what the public knows about him and knows about his past life. He also has his first dollar bill on the wall over there, very Mr. Krabs coded. And then, after what I assume is a 10-year gap, because there's like 3 more of these, I see a Stan Buck on the wall, Stan Bucks we've seen in a past episode. We have a newspaper clipping commemorating that the murder hut is changing to the Mystery Shack. If this is indeed the 10-year gap. That is very funny, because it does mean that for 10 literal years it was called the Murder Hut. But again, this could be just like a year later. We don't really know. We have some dents in the mirror showing that the place is aging a bit. We have a photo of Ford being put up on the wall. It's possible that like Stan found this somewhere around the house and decided to put it up. It's like his inspiration to keep on going. You do it for him, you know? I also like that there's science books over there for him to figure out how to, you know, figure that out. And of course, the wallpaper is starting to rip. Next, we see that Stan is in his fan of Riddler from the Batman era, I guess. We see a poster saying that he's the employee of the month, which, you know, good for morale, good for him. I do like the matching image bit, like that it's just the exact same image in the photograph. That's always fun. I love it when cartoons and stuff do that. We have some more rips and notches all over the place. And we see that the nail is still up from the photo that he had up there. The photo that I think used to have his $1 bill. And then, finally, where that dollar bill used to be, his need of money is literally replaced by a representation of his family. A photo of Dipper and Mabel, which I think was actually taken from the disposable cameras in episode 2. Employee of the month has been replaced by Employee of the year, and it shows Seuss there. And this is so funny because I can imagine every month Seuss asking, "So am I Employee of the month again?" Until Stan is like, "Yes, in fact, you're Employee of the whole goddamn year. Stop asking me, Seuss." I like that the lamp is getting more and more broken through the years. Stan's really taking a toll on Ford's furniture. Aside from the evolution of the Mr. Mystery look, complete with the 8-ball cane and suit, we also get to see the home get more lived in and more full of love. Look at these stickers! Kids aren't allowed in Stan's room, and this looks too high for them to reach. So I feel like Mabel gave Stan these stickers, and he's the one who put them up on the mirror. We see this moment of Stan closing up the Mr. Shack. Also, Stan in this moment is me every time a social engagement ends. Just kind of stand there, okay, party over. Time for my dark machinations. Also, Stan, why are your eyes glowing? What is going on with you? You gotta stop absorbing that radioactive waste, man. It's doing weird things to your eyes.
Couldn't risk anyone learning the truth and sabotaging my mission. So I lied to everyone. The town, my family, your parents, even you kids.
And that concludes the story that Stan is telling to the kids. So something of note here about Stan lying to his family and to Dipper and Mabel's parents is that, you know, Stan faked his death. So a lot of people wonder if there was like a funeral. Maybe, maybe not. Post Book of Bill update on the website, we do learn a bit about Stan's fake funeral. The only two people who actually attended were his mom and an IRS agent that leaned to the coffin and said, "This isn't over." Seeing as Stan feels shame at this, I imagine that he was there, disguised as Ford, to witness it. There's a lot to be said about Stan metaphorically, and at least on paper, essentially killing himself. Someone who has anxieties and shame about being the dumber, sweatier version of Ford stepping into this role as a literal other version of Ford. Even Mr. Mystery is, in a way, an imitation of Ford's actual job of a cryptozoologist, of someone who catalogs and presents strange creatures. Stan killed the person that he was to become someone who he viewed as better. And now, the original is back, and there is no one left for Stan to step into. That being said, you know how they would have handled Stan faking his death if it was in the actual show, at least according to a deleted scene storyboard.
Pushing a car, he puts a dummy in the car, he jumps it over the cliff.
Help, help! My name is Stanley Pines and my car is out of control!
The car crashes off screen, he hides behind the bush.
That takes care of that.
Also, one last note about lying to his family, and specifically lying to Dipper and Mabel's parents. In the journal, it says that Ford suspects that Dipper and Mabel's parents thought that they were sending their kids up to, you know, their great uncle in the woods with 12 PhDs and a science degree, you know? Like, they thought he was a responsible family member. And, I mean, I guess I can get where they're coming from here, but also, like, they've met Stan before. Stan was there when Dipper and Mabel were born. So they should know that at the very least, the great Uncle Stanford that they're sending Dipper and Mabel to is eccentric, you know? A secondary explanation is also provided in the Book of Bill. If we take this excerpt here about Dipper's nightmares at face value, we can assume that Dipper and Mabel's parents might have been having some marital trouble, and that they sent the twins up to Oregon while they worked things out, or while they started the process for a divorce. If Stan was the only one available to take the kids for an extended period of time, then it's possible that the parents might not have overthought how eccentric he was. They had a lot going on. But we don't have time to think about this because we can hear the agents and they have found the room.
I heard talking. It was coming from downstairs. Oh no, it's too late. The agents are coming for us.
What do we do?
It is interesting that they could hear him from like 2 stories above, but sure, whatever. 30 minutes. Keep it moving. And we get our own little Deus Ex Machina solution for getting rid of the FBI agents.
Oh man, I was so spellbound by your dramatic tale, I forgot all about those dudes.
Wait, forget? That's it! I think I know a way we might be able to defeat those agents!
Of course! I don't know how you got a hold of one of these, but this is perfect!
One of these? What? It's interesting here that, like, Ford is willing to use this. I guess he's like, I'm not taking advantage of anyone, I'm not ruining anyone's life, which is kind of the thing that he was worried about in Journal 3 when he was talking to Fiddleford about it. I guess he's like, this is an emergency and I kind of gotta. But he does use the output jack.
If I can just amplify the signal to a radio headset frequency.
Which he agrees in Journal 3 has, like, really dangerous implications. In the schematics for the memory gun in Journal 3, you can see that the output jack is supposed to be for, like, mass memory blasting, which Ford is, you know, against. It's one of the reasons why Fiddleford erases Ford's memory of the memory gun, at least temporarily, until Ford remembers sometime later. And you'd think that maybe Ford would feel some kind of way about using the memory gun, but like, he's using it on members of the US government. It's not really anyone that matters.
Sir, it looks like there's a hidden door behind the vending machine.
Excellent. Get me Washington on line 1. I've been practicing making sounds of excitement for this very occasion.
Nick Offerman is legit funny in this role. Like, it's just good casting. Good bit. Good reference to him saying that he's unable to, you know, express emotion.
I was born with a rare disorder that makes me physically incapable of experiencing humor. I don't understand that sound you're making with your mouth.
Good bit. They all get blasted. Shout out to that guy who closed the vending machine. This would have gone a lot differently if he had forgotten to close the vending machine. And then Ford comes out to do some damage control.
What? Where am I?
Stand down, gentlemen! I've been sent with the latest intel from Washington. According to this very real report, the power surges in Gravity Falls were actually due to radiation from an unreported meteor shower. A total embarrassment for your whole department.
On the pages of the very real report that Ford is reading to the FBI agents, we see Mabel's drawing of, like, what might be the baby of the snake and the badger that got together in the Love God.
Kaboom! Match made!
They're gonna make a snatcher!
And then Ford says this.
Luckily, I'm here to take this mess off your hands. But I'll need all of your floppy disks and, 8 tracks, right?
That's like, it's a solid bit. It's a good bit. My favorite bits in this episode are the least accessible ones. The kids these days know what 8 tracks are. They're like basically vintage cassettes. God, do kids these days not know what cassettes are? Shout out to this costume mistake, by the way, that they have Ford in this entire scene. So, like, Ford's not wearing the same outfit that he was wearing when he came out of the portal. He's wearing, like, a black shaded version of his typical outfit, you know? Like, I feel like maybe they storyboarded him or, like, drew him in the wrong outfit, and then it got animated, and then they were like, oh fuck, actually, he wouldn't have any time to change, but didn't have time to change the line art, and so they just colored it black and thought that no one would notice. And to be fair, I didn't notice it for a very long time, but I did eventually notice. So you gotta bank on your fans watching it 8 million times, y'all. Also, for like 2 frames here, his glasses are missing that little dot, and also like the text is missing from the Mabel pages, but both come back a moment later. And then, like, another animation error in the same sequence. I feel like they were really rushing to get it out the door. I don't know. But you see this missing chunk of the jacket in between Ford's legs. There is a similar animation error and not what he seems, I believe. Like, from, like, a chunk missing from Stan's robe. It's weird that this happened twice.
What are you waiting for? A kiss on the cheek?
What else do you want? A kiss on the cheek?
Get out of here before I have your butts court-martialed!
So I guess Ford puts on a good air of being, like, I don't know, a head honcho at the FBI, and they immediately fall for it and they leave. You know, you'd think that maybe the FBI agents would come home and maybe there'd be like a memo or an email that was sent the day before, like, hey boys, don't forget, tomorrow at 8 a.m. we're gonna go over there and arrest Stan Pines. But I guess not, because they've completely forgotten about it and nothing reminds them. And if there's one thing we know about the memory gun, it's that there's never any chance of retaining the things that you've forgotten. You're probably fine. You know, another thing here is that immediately after the FBI agents leave, Ford feeds this USB drive that he got from them to Gompers. Now, get ready for some ancient fandom lore. Back in the day, a lot of people thought that Gompers might be Bill Cipher. You see, you gotta remember that when Bill possesses people, their eyes become these, like, vertical slits. And what people didn't know, similar to, like, how people didn't know that this is just, like, a hazardous sign that is on some things, the people in the fandom just did not know that goats have horizontal pupils in their eyes. Like, they've never encountered it. The majority of them probably live in cities. It makes sense. This isn't even like the first time that the fandom assumed that someone might be possessed by Bill just based off of like the eye shape that they see for a moment. At the end of Not What He Seems, Dipper, because of the light effect they have on them, when the light flashes really brightly and everything gets stretched, it looks for a second like he has these elongated pupils. And so people were like, Bill never left Dipper. He is still possessing him. Or maybe Bill is watching us through Dipper's eyes. It was a lot. With Gompers in particular, a lot of people saw Ford feeding Gompers this USB drive, and they were just like, oh no, not Gompers, but he might be connected to Bill. Look at the eyeballs. What's he gonna do with the USB stick? Especially considering we don't, like, actively watch him swallow it and, like, I don't know, poop it out or whatever it is that we expect to be the death knell for this USB drive. So another thing in the Book of Bill, and I swear this is Alex specifically fucking with us, is we find out that goats don't actually change their eye shape when they're possessed. Bill literally says that goats are the only creature that don't get his eye shape when he possesses them, which gives the Gompers' Bill theory retroactive plausibility, I guess. This feels more like an inside joke than anything. I will admit, I do remember Googling, like, how powerful a goat's digestive system was, because I think there was, like, maybe an inkling in the back of my head, like, what if he just, like, poops somewhere and then someone comes across it and then they recall the FBI agents? The thing about the FBI agents is them leaving here makes a lot of sense. Like, they don't come up again, especially towards the end of the show. They don't really have a role to play in Weird Mageddon. But if you remember way back in season 1 in the episode Irrational Treasure, while they were still playing around with possible story beats and possible storylines, they did have an FBI agent there who played a role in the plot. You don't really notice it if you're watching the show as it comes out. Like, at this moment in time, we had just found out the life story of Stanley Pines' long-lost twin brother who's been in an interdimensional portal for the last 30 years. We weren't really, like, rewatching season 1 and being like, but what about the FBI agent in that one episode? But it is a little bit noticeable when you binge this show. Like, I love Gravity Falls, I love it to pieces, but upon rewatching all the episodes back to back, you definitely realize, like, I don't know if they had this all figured out from the beginning. Oh my god. Oh man, am I losing my voice? I've been talking a lot, y'all. It's fine. It's fine. We're getting through this. We're almost done. But I say all this because we did not know what to deal with Gompers, and we did not know what might happen with this thumb drive. But, of course, it never comes up again because, in all actuality, This is it. It's eaten. It's done. We don't gotta bring it up again. Another interesting thing about Gompers, and this is getting a little bit farther from A Tale of Two Stands than I'd like to, but, I don't know another way that I would deliver this esoteric ancient fandom lore to you. But there was a Bill Cipher AMA, and in that AMA, they asked Bill Cipher what is up with Gompers, and Bill says, "I like him better this way," implying that someone was transformed into a goat. There was a small group of people that probably thought for a while that the goat was Stan's twin brother. I kind of miss the old days of Gravity Falls theories, Like, some of them were wild, but frankly, how much less or more wild are they than the main character has a long-lost twin brother stuck in a different dimension, He might as well be a goat. Anyway, it is confirmed in the journal, or at least, heavily implied, that Gompers was someone who was transformed specifically by a witch. Bill has this code here where he says, never trust a witch, they'll curse your ear or turn you into a goat. So, as far as cursing your ear goes, this is where we get really, 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 bottom of the iceberg-y. So back in the day, there was this website, The Search for the Blind Eye, which was a website that had a lot of, hidden Gravity Falls lore hidden in the codes. The website doesn't exist anymore. It's whoever was paying for the domain is no longer paying for it. But the website featured a short story about a wizard named Grumber? I can't quite remember. But anyways, he gets cursed by a witch, and the witch curses his ear. You can see all of the details on the wiki page for this, because, it doesn't exist anymore. As for who ran the website, it definitely had a bunch of foreshadowing for episodes that had not come out yet, so it was pretty clear that it was probably one of the members of the team. But Alex Hirsch, when asked about the website, is yeah, no, I didn't make it. It definitely wasn't me. Why would I do something like that? Do you think I would make something that engages with the fandom secretly without them really knowing? I've never done that, guys. And then I asked Rob Renzetti about it during my interview with Rob Renzetti, and he said this. Search for the Blind Eye website that launched between season 1 and season 2. Do you know anything about that?
I mean, no, that was Hirsch's baby, but it was
Hirsch was behind it. I don't think that's ever been.
Maybe I don't know. I would assume he would be behind it.
It's so funny. Now, is there a chance that someone aside from Alex Hirsch ran the website? No. well, maybe. Who knows? It's possible, but I'm convinced it's Alex. So anyways, is it possible that this goat is the wizard from the Search for the Blind Eye website? Sure. Good on him for not doing anything with that USB stick and just digesting it. Shout out to the goat.
Great Uncle Stanford, that was amazing!
Let's not go crazy. It was serviceable.
No, Stan, it was pretty good. It was ice cold. It got rid of those agents. It was good. You gotta admit it was good, Stan. It was pretty good. Anyways, Dippergen comes in and fanboys and asks if he could ask Ford a million questions about the secrets and monsters of Gravity Falls. Something that sticks out to me here is that Dipper probably has a million questions, but specifically about the cryptids and the monsters and the mysteries of Gravity Falls, we just heard this guy's life story, and Dipper is probably okay, but where did the Gremlins come from? How do the gnomes nest? Tell me about the cursed doors. I need to know more. And it really makes me realize, we don't have a big, bad cryptid in this episode. Obviously the cryptids show up, especially as Ford is, investigating Gravity Falls. And I guess you can kind of consider the portal itself to be this big supernatural force. But we don't have, a Darlene, or a Shifty, or a Summerwing Trickster in this episode, or anything like that. There isn't that much Gravity Falls weirdness. There's just these two men telling their life story. It reminds us that sometimes the real monster was our interpersonal issues and our communication problems the entire time. I love this little scowl that Dipper gives him when Stan sends them to bed at what appears to be I don't know, 7:30, whatever. I guess they have had a long day, and he does have a lot to talk to his brother about. Seuss then awkwardly shuffles off screen to call Wendy, probably for the next few hours.
Wendy, I've got something amazing to tell you. Clear the next 14 hours!
And then it cuts to Stan and Ford inside.
Look at us. When did we become old men?
You look like Dad.
Don't say that.
I love this tiny moment. Like, it's just nice. Like, they have 1 second where it at least shows that they have this, like, shared history, these memories, that they care about each other. This does not seem mean-spirited. And then...
Okay, Stanley, here's the deal. You can stay here for the summer to watch the kids. I'll stay down in the basement and try to contain any remaining damage. But when the summer's over, you give me my house back, you give me my name back, and this Mystery Shack junk is over forever. You got it?
He tells Stan to move. I have a lot of feelings about this. The man spent 30 years working to get Ford back. And now Ford's telling him he needs to be out by the end of the summer? He paid off your mortgage and you're giving him a 30-day notice? What I will say is, I can see where Ford is coming from here. The man has lost 30 years of his life. He's disappeared, and now he's back. The mystery of the Mystery Shack. And that's the thing, he's back, but he doesn't even have his own life anymore. He doesn't have his house. He doesn't have his career. He doesn't even have his name. Wanting at least some of that back is, I think, reasonable. But he paid off your mortgage. I'm saving it. I'm gonna talk about it to y'all in a later video. I need to save it. Because then Stan asks one question right here.
You really aren't gonna thank me, are you?
No, he isn't gonna thank him. And that's all Stan wants. After 30 years of stepping into this identity and working tirelessly to bring his brother back, that's the only thing Stan wants from him. A thank you. And Stan says,
Fine, on one condition. You stay away from the kids. I don't want them in danger. Because as far as I'm concerned, they're the only family I have left.
And this is really rough. Because, I mean, I know that this kind of gets pulled back the following episode, but telling him, okay, you've come back, but you are going to have nothing to do with these children who you are obviously very happy to have in your family. I mean, I imagine after 30 years, like, knowing that you have new family and having the opportunity to meet them, he's, like, instantly charmed by Mabel. And, you know, these kids mean a lot to him right off the bat. But let's talk a bit about this thank you, because this thank you ends up being a really pivotal plot element, especially later on in the series. Ford does not want to thank Stan. And part of that is that Ford, you know, kind of never expected to be saved. He basically gave up that was even an option, and he was ready to destroy Bill, and then suddenly he couldn't destroy Bill. Not to mention the very real worries about what would happen to our world if the portal was opened. Now again, I have a ton of thoughts about this moment, especially in the scheme of the fandom response, but that is a conversation that is going to need to wait for a video outside of the scope of just analyzing A Tale of Two Stands, because it might begin here, but it sure doesn't end here. Watching these men attempt to meaningfully communicate is like watching Mr. Noodle from Elmo's World struggle to use a telephone.
Yeah! Not on your head, on your ear!
Meanwhile, Dipper and Mabel are upstairs, and Mabel is listening through the door.
Did you hear what they said? I think Uncle Ford said they're gonna buy us puppies made of ice cream. Might be wishful thinking, though.
Now, we have two possibilities that we can pull from this. The first is that Mabel was being honest here and didn't really hear what the grown-ups were fighting about. And the other is that she did, and she's lying to protect Dipper's feelings about the author, or maybe about Stan, or just in general. I tend to think that the first one rings more true to me, simply because I could imagine that if she had heard the conversation, she probably would have said something to either of the Stan twins about it. You know, she would have wanted to interject and do something. At least in my headcanon. But also, they heard the agents through 2 floors, so I guess the walls are real thin in this place. I should also say that given the context about Dipper and Mabel's parents having trouble, and that probably being a really stressful thing for these two to go through, that really recontextualizes the possibility that Mabel did hear this fight, but isn't sure how to tell Dipper or if she should. I think either takeaway is valid, and I personally vote go with the one that makes their fanfiction more interesting. Godspeed. And the two of them begin ruminating what all of this means.
I don't know if this is good or bad. I wanted to meet the author, but...
Yeah, I liked the way things were here before.
Special shout out, by the way, to Dipper and Mabel's room. This room appears in multiple episodes, so I don't know if I gotta go into all of the details, but you can see a lot of tiny things here. Just a ton of little Easter eggs from throughout the series. I think this room was also designed by Ian Worrell, who, again, also designed the Stan's childhood room. I think that's really cool. I kind of love that. Anyways, Dipper and Mabel have this conversation.
Dipper, you don't think we'll turn out like Stan and Ford, do you?
What do you mean?
I mean, they used to be best friends, but then they got all stupid. Can you promise me you won't get stupid?
Not stupider than you, dum-dum.
Good night, stupid.
Good night, stupid.
Will you get all stupid? So, I don't think that Dipper and Mabel are under risk of possibly having this decades-long rift between the two of them. Because Dipper and Mabel have, a fundamental difference in the way that they were brought up, From what we can tell, even though Mabel does have insecurities about not feeling as book smart as Dipper, and Dipper has insecurities about being strange or awkward, they still have a support system outside of one another, and they don't seem to use one another as a direct comparison point throughout the series. They have separate lives, they have separate motivations, they have separate friend circles and interests. They do things together, but they aren't all they have in the world, It isn't like with the Stan twins. Dipper staying behind in Gravity Falls while Mabel goes home would obviously be devastating to Mabel, but I don't think she'd think of herself as one half of a dynamic duo. You know what I mean? And even in the conflict that we see roll out over the next few episodes, I don't think that the cracks ever run quite as deep as they ever could for the Stan twins because of those fundamental differences. Though I will say that if Dipper and Mabel's parents are having marital issues, then yeah, any rift between them is going to be exceptionally more painful. The scene ends with Dipper peacefully going to sleep, hopeful about the future, I guess, and Mabel looking deep in thought, staring at the ceiling. Everything is different now. Aw, it looks like Mabel didn't even inherit the Pine's special eyes to help her through this. Bummer. So, Mabel's ruminating a lot of things, but I think the main thing is, does growing up mean getting all stupid? Does it mean that things that were once simple, that were once easy to understand, and that were uncomplicated, things like loving your family and things like always being there for one another, does it mean that those things get complicated or difficult to do? And I'm grown, and I'll just say, I don't know, Mabel. I don't know. I don't think it ever gets hard to love, but I do think it gets hard to communicate with people, honestly, because as you get older, you collect stuff. You collect baggage. You collect thoughts and insecurities that make these things difficult to navigate. I don't think that Ford and Stan don't love each other, but I do think that they have a lot of baggage. That's the end of the episode proper, but we do have this scene with Wendy.
Okay, so it turns out that the second Stan, the Stan that we know, was actually Stanley.
I love that Seuss is doing here what, Gravity Falls fans, including myself, did with anyone who would hear them ramble on about this episode. You hear this?
The first Stan was Stanford, but we didn't know until that Stanford came out of the portal, which was built by Stanford, but then Stanley pretending to be Stanford, he did the portal because he's Stan, but he's not Stan.
This is what Gravity Falls lore sounds like to the average normie. The code at the end of the credits reads, Backupsmore University. You tried. I personally would have gone with Backupsmore University. We're number 2, but I'll take it. It's fine. And of course, that's decoded with the code 6er that you found in the Stan's room. And then we get the end card. A stubborn, tough New Jersey native, Philbrick wasn't too creative. Having twins was not his plan, so he just shrugged and named both Stan. Father of the Year! What, you want him to give out 2 names? What is he, made of money? They're doing fine, Philbrick. I'm sure these men have no complexes whatsoever. On that note, yeah, we did it. I think that's just about everything I could say about this episode. Let me think. Anything else? Someone found what font this was. I'll throw that on screen. It's on the wiki. I don't know. I really think I got everything. With how long this video is, I'm pretty sure I'll be very embarrassed if this is not everything. I probably missed something obvious. So let's dive into my final thoughts on this episode. Obviously, I love it. You know, if someone were to ask me what I think the best episode of Gravity Falls is, I would absolutely say Not What He Seems. Not What He Seems is such a strong episode. It's built so well. It's perfectly crafted. It's beautifully animated. It tells this thrilling story that has me on the edge of my seat the entire time. And of course, it tells the story so succinctly. It doesn't leave loose ends. There's not a lot of clunky dialogue. You just really feel what's going on in a moment at any given time. But I do think that A Tale of Two Stans is technically more impressive. Like I said, they had to fit in so much. And I can see any team really struggling with that, especially with the time constraints that they were under. In the DVD commentary, Alex Hirsch even calls it the exposition dump episode and says that it was really tough to work on. They had a bunch of writes, they had a bunch of rewrites, they had a bunch of rewrites, but they managed it. And they managed to craft something that, at least for me, for my brain, has just dug its little claws in me and won't let go. You know, they could have done something different. They could have gone with the plot point where Stan and Ford are just fighting over a woman. Honestly, Alex, I wish you'd done that, because then I wouldn't be so obsessed over this show. You would have saved me years of self-torment and a tattoo. I think part of why this episode feels so strong to me is because it feels the most grounded in real-world adult problems than anything in this show. I mean, basically every episode of Gravity Falls has a theme that can resonate with you no matter what age you are. But this one in particular, it grapples with things like wanting to build a legacy for yourself, finding a way to survive when you have no money and no opportunity, things like college, things like your career. These are distinctly adult things that people grapple with. Not to say that a teenager or a kid can't deal with these themes or even engage with these themes, but yeah, there's something about A Tale of Two Stans that hits different, and that for me makes it timeless. I'm watching these two men navigate life through the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, and so on, but it just feels so true to who I am as someone who has grown up as a millennial. And of course, as far as the titular two Stans go, I relate to everything they experience so much. I've been the odd one out, and I've been the fuck up. I've been the neurodivergent nerd who didn't feel at home anywhere, and I've been homeless. I've been the person who no one believed in, and I've tried to be the person that proves them wrong. I've been ruined by my mistakes, and I've been saved by the family that I found. I mean, obviously, I'm not exactly like Stan or Ford. I, for one, get pussy, and they should try it. It's... The sun is fully out. The birds are singing. I'm trying to wrap this up. If I missed something, no I didn't. If I missed something, leave it down below. If you're as mentally ill about these old men as I am, drop that down below. If you hate Stanford Pines, feel free to leave a comment, but the video I have defending him is already basically done. But hey, tell me anyways. I'm curious. What are your thoughts on the conflict? Pretend you're on Tumblr in 2015. How do you feel about these men? If you watched this whole episode, go to bed. This has been a long one. But also, thank you very much for joining me. This is a video I've wanted to make for a long time. Honestly, so are the next two videos. I'll throw those themes up on the screen right here. After that, I'll be taking a short break. possibly to make some videos that are not Gravity Falls themed because I've had a bunch that I've been sitting on. Thank you so much for watching. Well, on that note, I'm gonna be going to sleep, and until next time, this is Hannah, signing off. I'm adding this in the edit, and maybe this is a controversial take, but I feel like I gotta say it, because if I don't say it, I'm going to explode, okay? If I push someone into a manhole, like a sewer hole, you know, and I work really hard to pull them out, like maybe I even hurt my hands, like pulling on the rope to get them out, like it's really an effort. I don't then, when they're out of the manhole, get to say, well, aren't you gonna say thank you? That's my hot take. I'm allowed to be spicy once. Hey, editing Hannah? Editing Hannah, you make a great point. That's a great analogy, and I hear you. I really do. I hear you and I feel you. But also, this guy that you pushed into the manhole, okay? Did you pay his mortgage?